is a number of TP-Link R&D centers around the world, with over 3,500 R&D engineers and over 100 labs covering 6,000 square meters. Rigorous testing standards and comprehensive testing procedures guarantee reliable products delivered to users. TP-Link is one of the world's largest network and communication equipment manufacturers. TP-Link maintains building production bases all over the world, including Brazil, Vietnam, and more, 71 SMT production lines, and CNC machining accuracy to 5,000ths of a millimeter. Products are sold in over 170 countries and regions. TP-Link has built 23 call centers globally. Pursue excellence and explore possibilities. TP-Link is actively engaged in technology research and implementation, artificial intelligence, big data, digital twins, cloud computing, machine learning, and more. TP-Link is committed to creating reliable products and technologies to make life better in harmony with the planet. TP-Link.
Check. So good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. We'll be starting shortly. We're actually a few minutes delayed due to the rains, and there's an accident on Western Express Highway. So we're all running late. So just please bear with us for a few minutes. Thank you.
Disruption almost feels too small to describe all the changes we faced. But amazingly, we humans always find a way to rise to the moment and move forward. And at NetApp, helping you turn disruption into opportunity is what we do with you by making your data infrastructure intelligent. It's built on unified data storage, reimagined to let you store any data across any environment. Integrated data services, which help you protect, govern, and get more value out of your data. And cloud app solutions, which enable you to work faster and more efficiently with intelligence. Others might try to convince you their same old storage will meet your next era needs. But this moment demands so much more. We make your data infrastructure more seamless, secure, sustainable, and high-performing than ever before. So whatever your opportunity, whatever the moment, we can rise to meet it together. NetApp.
Now back to the basics. We just keep it moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces. Ain't no stopping us now, we control it with aces. Now top your laces. Ain't no tripping, we living is giving the tastes. Now turn up the faces. We keep living this rhythm, we got the bases. Take to the top and we never gonna stop. We feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit. We keep it feeling amazing. We ain't never gonna stop and we
TP-Link, founded in 1996, has become a leading global provider of consumer enterprise ISP networking, surveillance, and consumer electronics. TP-Link consumer network products are well-renowned, being the #1 Wi-Fi products provider and #1 in customer satisfaction. TP-Link is also a first-class enterprise network provider, with Omada and VG, providing a one-stop solution for enterprise networking, surveillance, and intelligence. Under the Aginet flagship, TP-Link delivers comprehensive advanced access solutions for service providers and their consumers. Tapo and Casa, consumer electronic brands, operate in lighting, sensor, and 13 other markets with focus on home security cameras and consumer robotics. TP-Link maintains independent R&D, independent manufacturing, and independent marketing. There is a number of TP-Link R&D centers around the world, with over 3,500 R&D engineers and over 100 labs covering 6,000 square meters. Rigorous testing standards and comprehensive testing procedures guarantee reliable products delivered to users. TP-Link is one of the world's largest network and communication equipment manufacturers. TP-Link maintains building production bases all over the world, including Brazil, Vietnam, and more, 71 SMT production lines, and CNC machining accuracy to 5,000ths of a millimeter. Products are sold in over 170 countries and regions. TP-Link has built 23 call centers globally. Pursue excellence and explore possibilities. TP-Link is actively engaged in technology research and implementation, artificial intelligence, big data, digital twins, cloud computing, machine learning, and more. TP-Link is committed to creating reliable products and technologies to make life better in harmony with the planet. TP-Link.
Accessing your data should be simple and silo-free. Think any data, any place. It all starts with an intelligent data infrastructure. NetApp can help you build it.
Disruption almost feels too small to describe all the changes we faced. But amazingly, we humans always find a way to rise to the moment and move forward. And at NetApp, helping you turn disruption into opportunity is what we do with you by making your data infrastructure intelligent. It's built on unified data storage, reimagined to let you store any data across any environment. Integrated data services, which help you protect, govern, and get more value out of your data. And cloud app solutions, which enable you to work faster and more efficiently with intelligence. Others might try to convince you their same old storage will meet your next era needs. But this moment demands so much more. We make your data infrastructure more seamless, secure, sustainable, and high performing than ever before. So, whatever your opportunity, whatever the moment, we can rise to meet it together. NetApp.
Now back to the basics. We just keep it moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces. Ain't no stopping us now, we control it with aces. Now tie up your laces. Ain't no tripping, we living, it's giving the tastes. Now turn up the faces. We keep living this way, we got the faces. We never gonna stop. Take to the top and we making a profit. We keep it up.
TP-Link, founded in 1996, has become a leading global provider of consumer enterprise ISP networking, surveillance, and consumer electronics. TP-Link consumer network products are well-renowned, being the #1 Wi-Fi products provider and #1 in customer satisfaction. TP-Link is also a first-class enterprise network provider, with Omada and VG, providing a one-stop solution for enterprise networking, surveillance, and intelligence. Under the Aginet flagship, TP-Link delivers comprehensive advanced access solutions for service providers and their consumers. Tepo and Casa, consumer electronic brands, operate in lighting, sensor, and 13 other markets with focus on home security cameras and consumer robotics. TP-Link maintains independent R&D, independent manufacturing, and independent marketing. There is a number of TP-Link R&D centers around the world, with over 3,500 R&D engineers and over 100 labs covering 6,000 square meters. Rigorous testing standards and comprehensive testing procedures guarantee reliable products delivered to users. TP-Link is one of the world's largest network and communication equipment manufacturers. TP-Link maintains building production bases all over the world, including Brazil, Vietnam, and more, 71 SMT production lines, and CNC machining accuracy to 5,000ths of a millimeter. Products are sold in over 170 countries and regions. TP-Link has built 23 call centers globally. Pursue excellence and explore possibilities. TP-Link is actively engaged in technology research and implementation, artificial intelligence, big data, digital twins, cloud computing, machine learning, and more. TP-Link is committed to creating reliable products and technologies to make life better in harmony with the planet. TP-Link.
Requesting everyone to please settle down. We'll be starting in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Accessing your data should be simple and silo-free. Think any data, any place. It all starts with an intelligent data infrastructure. NetApp can help you build it.
Disruption almost feels too small to describe all the changes we faced. But amazingly, we humans always find a way to rise to the moment and move forward. And at NetApp, helping you turn disruption into opportunity is what we do with you by making your data infrastructure intelligent. It's built on unified data storage, reimagined to let you store any data across any environment. Integrated data services, which help you protect, govern, and get more value out of your data. And cloud app solutions, which enable you to work faster and more efficiently with intelligence. Others might try to convince you their same old storage will meet your next era needs. But this moment demands so much more. We make your data infrastructure more seamless, secure, sustainable, and high-performing than ever before. So whatever your opportunity, whatever the moment, we can rise to meet it together. NetApp.
Now back to the basics. We just keep it moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces. Ain't no stopping us now. We control the aces. Now top your laces. Ain't no tripping. We living is giving the chases. Now turn up the faces. We keep living this rhythm. We got the bases. Take to the top and we never gonna stop it. We killing the pain. Take to the top and we making a profit. Killing the pain. Living our life. We keep it absorbed. Keep killing the man. Never gonna stop it. We living it up.
TP-Link, founded in 1996, has become a leading global provider of consumer enterprise ISP networking, surveillance, and consumer electronics. TP-Link consumer network products are well-renowned, being the #1 Wi-Fi products provider and #1 in customer satisfaction. TP-Link is also a first-class enterprise network provider, with Omada and VG, providing a one-stop solution for enterprise networking, surveillance, and intelligence. Under the Aginet flagship, TP-Link delivers comprehensive advanced access solutions for service providers and their consumers. Tapo and Casa, consumer electronic brands, operate in lighting, sensor, and 13 other markets with focus on home security cameras and consumer robotics. TP-Link maintains independent R&D, independent manufacturing, and independent marketing. There is a number of TP-Link R&D centers around the world, with over 3,500 R&D engineers and over 100 labs covering 6,000 square meters. Rigorous testing standards and comprehensive testing procedures guarantee reliable products delivered to users. TP-Link is one of the world's largest network and communication equipment manufacturers. TP-Link maintains building production bases all over the world, including Brazil, Vietnam, and more, 71 SMT production lines, and CNC machining accuracy to 5,000ths of a millimeter. Products are sold in over 170 countries and regions. TP-Link has built 23 call centers globally. Pursue excellence and explore possibilities. TP-Link is actively engaged in technology research and implementation, artificial intelligence, big data, digital twins, cloud computing, machine learning, and more. TP-Link is committed to creating reliable products and technologies to make life better in harmony with the planet. TP-Link.
So once again, requesting everyone to please settle down. Namaste, good morning, and a very warm welcome to all of you here to the 8th edition of Smart Manufacturing and Secure Plants 2025. My name is Drishti, and it's an absolute pleasure to host this event where innovation meets execution and ideas turn into industry-defining actions. May I now call upon Sujata Vishnuraj, editor, Manufacturing Today, to set the tone for the day.
Good morning, everyone. So over the past editions, this platform has grown into a definitive voice for India's manufacturing community, uniting plant heads, technology leaders, and automation pioneers under one roof. And today we continue this legacy with richer conversation, with deeper insights and stronger commitment to build smart, secure, and sustainable manufacturing ecosystems. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities of Industry 4.0, this forum is not just about sharing best practices, it's about how we can shape what is coming next. This year, with the theme Securing the Future Plants, AI and Data Analytics for Resilient and Smart Manufacturing, we have brought together leading industry experts, technology providers, and C-suite executives to explore the transformative potential of AI, data analytics, and cybersecurity in the manufacturing sector. Our partners form the foundation of our success. Even these events wouldn't come to life without their continued support and collaboration. A special shout out to our partners, Intelligent Data Infrastructure Partner NetApp, Network Intelligence Partner TP-Link, Time Management Partner ADP, and Knowledge Partner EY. So thank you for joining us, and let us begin this journey of transformation together. Thank you once again.
Let's give her a huge round of applause, everyone, for setting the tone of the day. May I now take this moment to invite Rahul Sequeira, Managing Director of ITP Media India, to deliver the opening address.
Good morning, everyone. And firstly, congratulations on bracing the rain. Bombay is very hard on a lot of people, and we can see it with the rain and with all our transport that we have to go ahead. But it's truly an honor to welcome you all to the 8th Annual Smart Manufacturing Summit. This platform at Manufacturing Today, we see so much of potential, and the overall objective of us doing this is to provide informative knowledge across our platforms. So firstly, it's a true honor to be sitting over here with great individuals, thought-provoking leaders, as well as plant heads who are basically defining the industrial future of India. As we gather today, the manufacturing landscape in itself is seeing a thematic change, somewhere where convergence of technology and operations is changing the way that we create better ecosystems where machines talk to each other. There is system learning, as well as decisions are not only made on the boardroom, they are happening at real time on the plant floor. Smart and secure plants is not an aspirational need. It is the need of the hour, and it is imperative. As we learn from our conversations and our dialogues that happen today through our panels, through our panel members, we'll come to know that smart doesn't always mean complex, and secure doesn't mean slow. The objective of smart and secure should always be agile, and it should be transformative. So with today's seminar, we basically hope to get great knowledge. We again would like to thank our partners and our speakers for joining us today, and we look for a very collaborative session to take this opportunity ahead. Thank you all.
Once again, a big round of applause for Rahul, everyone. Thank you, Rahul. With this marks the beginning of our panel discussions, starting with the CEO panel. The topic for this session is AI and IoT, the blending of two technologies. The discussion will explore real world examples of successful AI and IoT integration in manufacturing, challenges in data integration, the role of edge computing, security concerns, and ROI considerations. The panel will be moderated by Sujata Vishnuraj, editor of Manufacturing Today. May I request her to please take the stage and introduce the panel members?
While the arrangements of the chairs are going on, I will just introduce this panel discussion. Firstly, I'm hugely honored to be able to be here to moderate this important discussion on AI and IoT, the blending of two technologies in the context of manufacturing sector. So as we stand on at the crossroads of the fourth industrial revolution, the AI and IoT are no longer emerging trends. They are redefining how factories operate, make decisions, and adapt in real time, from predictive maintenance to autonomous systems. These technologies are enabling manufacturers to be smarter, more agile, and significantly more efficient. As we know, AI brings intelligence to data, enabling systems to learn, adapt, and make decisions. Meanwhile, IoT connects devices, allowing them to communicate, share information seamlessly. Together, these technologies create a powerful synergy that enhances operational efficiency, drives innovation, and paves the way for smarter environments. In today's panel, we will explore real world use cases, the challenges of integration, the importance of data, edge computing, cybersecurity, and all important questions of ROI. Today, we have an incredible panel of experts who will share the insights of current trends, challenges, the future potential of this integration. And without further ado, let's dive into our discussion and hear from our experts who are leading the way of redefining manufacturing through AI and IoT. And I would like to call upon my panel members. Mr. Siddhartha Ghoshal, who is the CEO and country president of Dow India. Burgess Cooper, CEO Cyber Security, Adani Enterprises Limited. Uday Narang, founder, Omega Seki Private Limited. Dr. Nishant Dongari, founder, Pure Energy Private Limited. And Dr. Ashok Kumar, President, Ipca Laboratories Limited. You can actually take away one chair. So I'll start with you, Siddhartha. We are known that Dow India has always been at the forefront of industrial innovation. So with sustainability gaining the center stage, how is Dow integrating circular economy principle with advanced technologies like AI and IoT?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Sujata, for having me here. It's actually a pleasure to be, sitting out of here and like with fellow panelists, which are pretty experienced in AI and IoT. When it comes to Dow, as you all know, AI is and was in existence from 1956, right? So Dow has been actually using AI and the Internet of Things for quite long. Now, how do we really integrate AI and IoT and also use AI for predictive intelligence is something which is getting talked about now. And it's a very, very important topic now when the industry is moving towards manufacturing 4.0 and looking at new phases of manufacturing. Now, coming back to the topic of circularity, right? Now, I want to give you some history on how we look at this, right? And that will give a perspective about how different scheme of things can act together to look at circularity, AI, and IoT coming together. So Dow framed the EHS sustainability goals from 2005. So we looked at initially our footprint, which means all the waste generation and everything through our plants. We looked at then our footprint and handprint. So it was like, first the footprint, then the handprint, how you make different products. Then you come into blueprint. You look at different business model, different business processes. And then 2030 sustainability goals is talking about circular economy, safer material, and climate protection, right? So these three are what will actually drive Dow strategy moving forward. Now, why is this important? Is because when you look at these three, safer material, circularity, as well as climate protection, we then divide this into two parts. We talk about circularity, then it comes design for circularity, right, which are designing your products for circularity. Then you talk about advanced recycling, and then you talk about mechanical recycling. So that's part of circularity. And when you talk about carbon reduction, or you're talking about climate protection, then you talk about bio-based material, you talk about energy efficiency, you talk about different processes and chemistries, and different technologies, CO2 reduction, and all of that, right? So now, when you look at circularity, and with all these things holistically, let's talk about what we are talking about, design for circularity, right? Now, when you have to look at designing for circularity, right, and you're talking about the automotive industry, you're talking about polyurethane industry, you're talking about coating industry, everything, the designing for circularity is very, very important, because then you're taking out a lot of challenges for the circularity, because you are designing products to be circular, right? And in this, we are using a lot of predictive intelligence. So what we have done is that in this case, we do molecular modeling. So the molecular modeling is what really helps you to understand the molecular dynamics of the scheme of things. And this is completely done by AI, right? Because you then can look at computational flow dynamics. You can actually look at finite element analysis. You can get into the structure. And utilizing all of this, you're actually making a product which is actually circular, which can easily be circular. The next piece is talking about advanced recycling, right? And when you're talking about advanced recycling, you're talking about chemical recycling, pyrolysis, and you're talking about utilizing carbon footprint reduction for mass balance approach, right? And you're talking about ISCC Plus certification, using mass balance approach. Now here, how IoT and AI is coming into picture is very important, is because you are talking about LCA and carbon footprint from cradle to grave, right? And when you're talking about cradle to grave, your products can differ significantly on where you are producing. Say, for example, you are producing something in Chennai and getting it back to Gujarat, right? And doing the recycling piece, right? And you're calculating on life cycle analysis. The next piece is that you are getting the same product from Gujarat to Gujarat and calculating the life cycle analysis, right? So this is where we are extensively using a lot of predictive analysis to calculate our life cycle analysis, the carbon footprint. And being an Fortune 500 companies, we cannot take any risk with that data. We cannot give any data saying that this is one product, this is one carbon footprint. right? So you have to do a lot of work in integrating AI and IoT and then getting to predictive intelligence to really tell you that if you are sourcing this material from this particular plant, your LCA, your carbon footprint would be this much. That's talking about advanced recycling. Then we are talking about mechanical recycling, and all of this is in circularity, right? All of this gets back into a circular economy. The piece there is important is sorting out material. So you have a plastic, you have different manufacturing processes, you have different plastic material, different layers. How do you segregate them? You cannot really recycle them without properly segregating, right? So that's where we are utilizing a lot more technology to really see how those sorting out can be done so that the recycling happens pretty easily. Now, a lot of this can also be really looked out from a manufacturing perspective, because these are sometimes feedstocks which get into a manufacturing plant, right? Now, when you're looking at this, it's very, very important to do a lot of predictive intelligence here to look at how your supply chain will work, right? How your feedstocks will come in, how those feedstocks from different parts of the world will really contribute to carbon footprint reduction. So these are important parameters to really look at. Initially, we were talking about descriptive AI. Right now, we are talking about prescriptive AI, right? So it's not about, so you've moved from descriptive to predictive to prescriptive, right? So that's how prescriptive AI is now, working in helping circularity getting back to shape.
Okay. Thank you, Siddhartha. That was a really insightful answer. So moving from chemical industry to the energy industry. So Dr. Nishant, as an EC Marie Curie Fellow and a tech founder, how do you see AI and IoT reshaping the clean energy value chain in manufacturing?
So, thank you, Sujata, for having me here. It's been a journey of last 15, 16 years. I've been working on supercomputing, AI, and IoT. So started seeing those applications in defense and aerospace in the past. Now, which used to be a footnote item and then a lot of manufacturing industries, now AI and IoT has become a kind of head note. So in the coming to the clean energy segment, when we talk about energy storage or solar or wind or pump storage, and the marriage is becoming more and more critical. So there is nothing like standalone solar plants which are going for maximum ROI, or standalone wind plants, or standalone energy storage or pump storage. So the overall, before getting into the clean energy, let me get into the power segment. So the power segment is becoming more and more complex. Of course, the growth, agility, dynamism is there actually. So connecting the dots has become very, very critical actually. So at a macro level, we as a country, the country is growing, GDP is growing. So the where the clean energy is playing a significant role is that, so when we look at solar, so the issue is with the duck curve actually today, so it produces in the daytime. And again, our usage is there in the morning time and in the evening time as the peak load actually. So that is where the clean energy, the requirements is become 24/7, not like a frequent kind of thing. So that is at a macro level. So coming to the micro level, coming to the manufacturing industries. So clean energy is not just anymore a ESG line item. It is definitely a P&L kind of line item actually. It's all about the uninterrupted kind of power, so that you don't have any downtime for your critical operations. So clean energy has reshaped the manufacturing more from a some kind of temporary power backup to it is evolving to 24/7 actually. So there are good number of case studies among the corporates today, even among the startups, small scale industries, that where 24/7 clean energy is becoming possible. So where the AI and IoT is playing significant role is so mainly in terms of the auto sync, because you don't want your manufacturing operations to get affected. See, as a line manager or as a production manager, he wants the machines to run continuously, quality of power supply should be there. It should handle all the surge loads. So the integration is the IoT is taking care of all the integration. The smartness, the precision, the accuracy is all coming through the predictive AI, cloud AI. Now the generative AI also will kick in more from a this is more from a user interface perspective actually. So sir already spoke about predictive intelligence. So predictive intelligence is nothing but back end of all the whatever the backend data was already there with the company, with the CXOs or the line managers, the quality managers. All this data has been built over months, years, or decades. So you are getting into the available data, and it's forming a basic data analytics actually. And you're trying to make some inferences, conjectures, MIS analytics actually as per the vision and the protocols of the manufacturing industry. So that is what is forming the fundamental genesis for the predictive AI here. And the IoT is more of a kind of marriage actually. So standalone AI doesn't make any sense because you need the hardware, and the hardware should have the right computing power and the accuracy, sending alerts actually at the right time to the right people. And now the generative AI is kicking in more from even from a vernacular language perspective, speech to text, text to speech actually. So the way it will transform the overall manufacturing industries is going to be phenomenal actually. So this is how so I spoke about power, the integration of the clean energy. So the basis of the IoT and predictive AI and cloud AI and generative AI. So definitely it's not going to take a decade. I think in few years or 5 years down the line, this is going to become a norm across all the industries, the way the government policies are changing now. In terms of adding clean energy as a mandatory line item, and even state level discoms are looking into these kind of policies that every commercial and industrial entity should have some kind of clean energy as a mandatory apart from the solar rooftop. And the smart meters, having this kind of data access, what kind of carbon credits every industry is producing with respect to the line of the manufacturing. So all this is kind of visible in front of our eyes, and I'm sure that technology is in a very matured stage, and definitely with respect to the AI, cloud computing, supercomputing, servers, chip, racks, wafers, everywhere, the Make in India is kicking in, especially since last 10 years. Before that was not the case actually. And that is where the costs have come down. So because 10 years back, 5 years back, if some manufacturing entity has to make such kind of investments, actually, it was very, very expensive. So even to hire the talent, so both are not the case today. And I see most of the manufacturing industries getting aligned into this kind of theme, in the sooner times. Thank you.
Thanks, Nishant. Now from energy sector, we move to automotive. Uday, Omega Seiki has been a strong voice in e-mobility and green manufacturing. How are you using AI and IoT to transform your supply chain and production lines?
First of all, great to be here, Sujata-san. Thank you so much. And manufacturing today, doing such great work. Obviously, AI and IoT has become so critical. I mean, we're just sitting across here, and you're going from Dow. There's Adani. There's all sorts. And then what very important point, my colleague here had said that it has gone from a footnote to a headline. I mean, today, at every organization, whatever field we're in, whatever space we're in, this has become, I think it's not just, a need. It's not just a have, it's a necessity. I think whatever business, whatever, space you are, I think artificial intelligence is going to be part of your life. I think it's going to bring efficiency. It's going to bring, better productivity. At OSM, we have used, artificial intelligence in many, many programs. We are using that in our manufacturing, because manufacturing is extremely, we come from a manufacturing background. I think using that to enhance, our manufacturing programs, aligning force. I was just with at the Bosch R&D Center last night at Coimbatore. And, we look at the work we're working on, artificial intelligence on, on vehicles. We're working on better safety. We are working on, enhancing customer. Sitting in, and I'm saying I'm leading this as a mobility, but I want to talk about it as an industry as a whole rather than just OSM. I mean, the vehicles today, we were looking at yesterday with their IoT and artificial intelligence teams, and they were saying, it's not just going to have TV, it's not just going to have the weather, it's going to have the stock market, it's going to have entertainment. They were talking about gaming. I was like, the future consumers, right? And so OSM has to think like that. OSM has to think forward. With artificial intelligence, you can't look what's in the back. You got to look at what's going forward. So, we are looking at partnerships with big players, whether it be Bosch, whether it be PTC, whatever, all the big players that can enhance that in the product, that can enhance this in the manufacturing, that can help in service, that can help with our dealerships. So it's going to be every part and parcel of the ecosystem. And it's B to everywhere. It's not just, it's B to customer, it's B to dealer. So it is something that's got to be in our DNA. We've also got to make sure we have the talent, the people, the forward thinking. And the other thing, man, it comes to in India always is the TCO model. So yes, all of this is great. I'm in the business of where, it's the three-wheelers, the one-ton truck. This is the low end of our society, but it's the critical mass of our society. How do we give products that fit and give better IRR and helps the TCO, but cannot have increased cost? So that's a challenge that OSM faces. How do we adapt? I mean, these are not, the vehicles that we are building are not $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 vehicles. These are $4,000 to $5,000 vehicles, and every little cost matters. And how will the customer use this? So we've got to be able to make sure that we introduce this within our DNA. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint for us. And so at OSM, we are continually working on every little iota, every vein of our company. And I think, look at the IoT devices. One of the issues is everybody's building a different one. So how they talk to themselves. This is something which is really, really, again, I'm going to say, I was visiting some senior automotive players in China. What they're doing is you see some of the vehicles that the Chinese are coming out with. I'll be honest with you, ma'am, the manufacturing there is decade ahead of us, right? Why? I'm not a China proponent, but I think we've got to see what they're doing. So what they're doing is all of the 12 or 13 big manufacturers are working together, sharing a platform. I'm going to ask you how many people in India, and I'm going to be straight up, how many players like us are working, whether it's the big boys and the startups, on a same platform? We're not. And I'll tell you how that helps. That helps in bringing the supply chain more efficient. It brings cost. I mean, the Chinese have killed the European manufacturers. And this is where AI, IoT, working together makes a difference. So I think, look, we say change with the time, or time will change you. I really, really think that, it's a combined effort. And at OSM, honestly, this is something that has to, if we want to be, we fought hard to be among the top players. And if we want to continue to do this, we've got to continue to integrate. And I think this is a combined, and this is combined. This is nothing to do with Dow or Adani or anybody out separately. This is a journey that is to make our country better, more competitive. And I think, it's clearly, just building the third largest economy. But I don't want to build an economy which is just on, deliveries and all of these low-level stuff. We've got to move up. That's where we're going to be able to move this country ahead. So I'm sorry, I wanted to make sure, gave you some feedback on, we've got enough experienced people here on AI, IoT, but I want to give a little bit of how this is important for the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Uday. That was brilliantly said. Moving on to the pharma industry, Dr. Ashok Kumar. In pharma manufacturing sector, how are AI and IoT enhancing compliance, traceability, and process optimization?
Anyway, thank you, Sujata, for calling me, because I'm really feeling an odd man out because expert setting and I have really nothing to do in true sense with the manufacturing. And I'm an R&D guy. So anyway, I'll try to possibly answer whatever I understood about it. Pharma industry is a little more complicated and then doing something, and I think they are aware of that. The amount of waste it generates is unbelievably very high. So maybe sometimes it's 50% to the waste and 50% of the compound, sometimes 75% waste and 25% is the required product. So anyway, I'm not going to talk about how useful it is because already it has been spoken, and being a last speaker, it helps in that most of the things are spoken. But I was surprised to know that in pharma industry, what is happening in India is unbelievable. So I was just trying to understand that who are those companies. So there are 6, 7 companies, they are doing great job in the AI implementation. Cipla is definitely pioneer as usual. Another company is DRL. And Cipla has been actually recognized by World Economic Forum. And it has been considered to be a light house, as an advanced lighthouse for the development in this 4.0 infrastructure. And whatever they have done, they have actually implemented this AI and IoT system in totality, particularly in the formulation plant. And what they claim that almost 25% production is increased and greenhouse gases have been reduced by 25%. They have actually incorporated in 22 sites, and they are really doing a good job in that. Even DRL is also doing a good job in that, and they have been also recognized by the same forum as a part of that whole system. So I think things are going well. There is one more company, Amazon. They are spending, I think, almost $500 million for establishing a new advanced tech based on the AI and IoT. So I think a lot of things are happening in India. And I think the way things are going, particularly in case of DRL also, the savings, the time saving, the cost, and the waste reduction is really significant. And if other people, although it's not going to be easy, but I think they take it, it will be really useful in pharma industry.
Thanks. Thank you, Doctor. So the reason why I'm coming to you the last, Mr. Cooper, is because...
Save the best for the last.
Yes, because you are the connecting link, cybersecurity, when it comes to AI. And as AI and IoT technologies are becoming more embedded in manufacturing, how do we ensure cybersecurity is not an afterthought, but a built-in design principle?
So firstly, thanks, Sujata, and calling all of us out here. Appreciate the opportunity. All my fellow panelists mentioned, rightfully so, the great benefits, AI, IoT, manufacturing, efficiency, green, TCO, right? But with all improvements comes of a new technology, so is the introduction of a new area of risk. So what's that risk? Increase in IoT and increase in AI also increases what we call as the attack surface area, right? Which is food for fodder for hackers, right? If they have an attack surface area which is small, they can attack in so many ways. With the attack surface area of every sensor, every IoT sensor could be a potential conduit to a hacker attacking from a different nation, a rogue state, or a forensic specialist coming to prove a point to you. Hence, the new risk comes in, but hence also the opportunity to secure that risk. So both sides, so AI. Now AI makes it much more faster, better, more usage of tech. But guess who's using AI? Not just the good guys. The bad guys are also using AI to draft better phishing notes, to draft better frauds, to draft better viruses, to draft better attacks, to use the power of AI to get to more sharper, faster intrusions. and data exfiltrations and ransomware and all that. Hence, AI is great. IoT is superb. It makes lovely, better green stuff, better energy, better efficiency, better everything, but better risks also. And with that better risks, which is the opportunity for cybersecurity, that's where we want to play and say, all of these guys are going in. There will be a plethora of improvements, but it will also introduce a plethora of risks. And then hence the cybersecurity opportunity to secure AI. Now, secure AI is two parts: a cyber for AI and AI for cyber. And the parts there is AI for cyber is utilizing the power of AI to improve cybersecurity, to improve your SOC, your detection, the ways you catch a hacker. But AI for the cyber for AI is AI itself has lots of weaknesses like hallucinations, like ethics, like trustworthiness, like giving wrong answers. And how do you ensure that when everyone goes for AI, who's thinking of cyber, like the gold rush, right? Everybody went for the gold rush. The person who made the shovels made the good money. And hence the companies, the few of them who are now thinking of responsible AI for securing anti-hallucinations, ethics, fairness, distribution, privacy, therein lies a great opportunity.
Sujatha ma'am, just wanted to add to it. I think what Cooper-san is saying, and I think this is something to think about. How many, these are top level companies. How many SMEs and MSMEs are even thinking about cybersecurity? I mean, the damn Americans, I should be careful about saying, the Bank of Iran was brought down, right, just a few days ago. I don't know who did it. I'm sorry, I apologize, shouldn't be saying that. But my point is that this is so important, that this is so critical. This is a discussion that's happening at your level, but I could say, by a shadow doubt, 99.5% of companies at that SME and MSME levels, they don't even know what cybersecurity means. And I think the bad, you talk about the good actors, but the bad actors are so prevalent. So I really, really want to say and second your point. And I think this is so important, this discussion, this talk, this education. And I think we really, वो phone पे आता है कि आपके कोई CBI, VBI, sir, वो CBI वाले तो दिखते भी हैं, ये तो दिखते भी नहीं हैं. So I think these are unwanted. So I think it's a very, very important factor. And I really second you that in a very, thank you.
Coming back to you, Mr. Cooper, what are the biggest threats to manufacturing systems in the age of this hyper-connected factories, and how can companies build resilient digital infrastructure?
Sure. How can they build? That's a great consulting answer. But the risk, as I mentioned, it starts with secure by design. First, knowing what are you going to produce? How are you going to produce? One of the biggest risks today, which is introduced recently, is called supply chain risks, right? You as a company will have the best in class security, but unfortunately, you're not dependent on yourself. You have a plethora of suppliers, the smaller companies who supply to you, for whom cyber may not be the biggest issue. For them, it's just economies and consistency and just staying alive is important. They may or may not think of cyber, but a trend comes in today. You are attacked for not who you are, but to who you can give access to. And a plethora of companies have been hacked, not by themselves. Like the case in Target, where the HVAC system was attacked by a car sitting outside, by a guy in a car sitting outside. Through that Wi-Fi connection, they hacked into the bank systems, and then they target a retailer, and 40 million cards have to be reproduced and given back to people, right? And there's so many other attacks which comes in. Hence, the supply chain is the biggest risk. Second is secure by design. Security cannot be a bolt-on approach. It has to be a built-in approach. So whatever you're doing in IoT, the default passwords, the design, the architecture, the demilitarized zones, all of that have to be built in. Then is that enough? No. You have to stress test everything. You don't test it, the hackers are going to test it for you. So ethical hacking, design security, red teaming. Red teaming is a military which has come in recently saying the blue teamers are the good guys, the SOC guys who defend, but employ a different set of red teamers whose only intent in life is to attack, and find the fastest and easiest way in. And over time, when you have multiple red teamers, you get the security of that. So security is all defense in depth. Secure design, secure architecture, built-in approach. Once you design it, then you keep on testing it. And once you test it, you again improvement. But an important thing gets forgotten. We keep on looking at tech, but the people part. How many people in India and other places know AI and IoT and cyber on top of it? Right? It's very, very rare. I mean, you may have few guys in AI, but imagine AI and cyber, cyber and AI. Handful of them. And again, if there's an opportunity here, we can get, as we train mass amounts of people for AI, we should look at training mass amount of people for cyber in AI or cyber in IoT, because those industries are going to go, like you mentioned, in China, other places, they are exploding. It's for us to seize the opportunity for cyber securing them and taking them to the markets and ensuring our end products, whether it's a chemical, it's a automobile, or it's a pharma, is as secure as anywhere in the world. Because if you're not, today cyber is the fifth domain of warfare, after land, air, water, and space. Somebody's going to get to you for cyber economic advantage and ensure you are a potential victim. And hence, to have our own, whether SSMEs who supply to you or the big companies, holistically, cyber has to be thought through that. Long consulting answer, but that's the need of the hour.
Okay. You spoke about the skill gap that we have and we need to. So coming to you, Siddhartha, how do you view the role of global collaboration in addressing the skill gap and accelerating towards it?
Yeah, so being a global company, it is actually very, very important that you have different functions at different levels in the company, right? So I think training, skilling and reskilling, right? And that's a very, very important piece. And that's what we do constantly. Because if you see in any industry, you will almost have 50% of your employees who are 20, 25 years experience, matured, right? And if you have to get them to use AI, predictive intelligence, prescriptive intelligence, it needs a huge amount of skilling and reskilling, right? The other piece which is actually important is what we are doing for our team here in India, and a lot of different companies are looking into it, is that there's a lot of global universities which are coming down in India, right? So you had recently, the Illinois Institute of Technology, which came in here, and they are bringing in a lot of AI and technology piece into India, and how the companies in India can utilize some of these companies to really integrate, those trainings and learnings into the overall scheme of things, right? It's also important with respect to from a skilling, perspective, is that, in the overall system, and we being in Fortune, a Fortune 400 company, a Fortune 500 company, what we do is that we have our own high performance computing system, right? So when you're talking about security and you're talking about, data, so we have 100 years of data, right? And it's very, very important that you utilize this data for your predictive intelligence, and then training people on those predictive intelligence, utilizing the high performance computers to really deliver what they need, and also train people on with respect to cybersecurity, and also with respect to a lot of tools and technologies. Also, one thing which is very important where AI plays a big role is, for example, you have companies who have 35,000, 40,000, 50,000 employees, right? And AI plays a very important role in skill gap analysis. So you have 50,000 employees, you have data about those employees, what are their skills, what are their gaps, right? And then you actually can use predictive intelligence and even prescriptive intelligence, which gives you a pool of people which can be looked at for a manufacturing job because they have very high skill sets there. You can put a pool of people to really figure out that they are very nice in doing maybe R&D scale up, R&D AI, and then utilize that particular outcome to really then train people on specific areas what the organization needs. So if you really need someone to be trained on prescriptive or computation analysis, and you have some person sitting out of somewhere who's working in supply chain, get that person back here and then reskill that person so that you can easily have the talent pool, right? So that's how I think we are doing as an industry. university collaboration, with all different technology partners here. I think we have to come out and we have to train the new generation so that we have the right pool for the industry, right? So the STEM education, university relationship, industry-university collaboration, all that stuff needs to happen, and it needs to happen now.
Also, to add to what he said rightly so, Sujata, I believe the opportunity here exists on the way you train. The traditional ways of classroom training and all is good, but if you're training the next generation, the gaming ways training is far more effective. So you have two sets of people to train. The new gen who's cloud native, app native, and they are far more. For training them is easier if you train them in the right gaming way. Training the people at this age, you have to train them a very difficult, because we are not cloud native. We didn't grow up with apps, we grew up with books, right? So horses for courses. You need to know what to train, how to train. Every person can be taught. It's a matter of how you teach that person. Teaching AI, IoT, cyber to a 50-year-old is very different from teaching it to a 25-year-old. But therein, if somebody can get that right, it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, I agree. And Dr. Nishanti, what's your opinion on this kind of partnerships between academia, startups, and industry? How essential are they to foster the next wave of innovation?
So, I mean, accidentally I've been an academician, ran startup now, which is going in like an industry. So I'll take the liberty successful. Yeah. So I'll take the more liberty, like, to answer this question in detailed manner. See, always when we look at the great economies across the world, they've been built on the foundations of the academia, then which have blossomed those kind of, it's more of a cult actually, that so then the startup world has been created. If I talk about the Stanford is an example actually, then where great minds and great industries have of generations or centuries have come, from Silicon Valley, it was all about Stanford actually. So definitely academic institutions, I'm alumni of IIT Bombay, now at IIT Hyderabad. So such kind of academic institutions as a positive cult have made a difference since decades, to cultivate the startups, to to support the industries. But when it comes to the AI and IoT, I won't say gap actually, it is more of a personal experience. What I see is when it comes to the startups or industries, we definitely have to focus on the fundamentals. See, what is AI mean? Because the data is the critical thing here. So more than the tools or the softwares here, what is that data we want to analyze? How do we make it structured actually? How do we analyze? And to analyze, exactly what is that mission we are looking at? What is that output we are looking at? So this is where the communication has to be built between the academia and startups and the industries. Because at a fundamental level, for me, AI means vector algebra, linear algebra, probability, stochastic modeling, Monte Carlo, molecular dynamics and simulations. All these things are available since 1930s, 40s actually. But what industry is looking for is in a structured manner. So they are sitting on a lot of data. They are the ones who need certain problems to be solved, certain matters to be analyzed actually. So this is where there is a gap, because I'm coming from all three spectrums, so I have to communicate. So I see a gap. And the second thing, what I see the challenge from academicians is they don't want to work under deadlines actually. And this is a real problem, and this has to be solved. This has to be at a cultural level, it has to be solved, because when from IIT Hyderabad, when I was working on certain DRDO problems, we were setting up a high performance computer at RCA and DRDL actually there. And that time, Dr. V.K. Saraswat was the chief of the DRDO. So we were building some high performance computing AI models to analyze thermal batteries and control systems. This was in 2013, I just came from UK and joined IIT Hyderabad. So I asked him, what is the deadline, sir? He said, yesterday. So this positive culture has to come from the academia actually, because the deadlines are very, very critical. Industries and the startups can't wait forever, to some problem to be solved. yes, like, there has to be realistic deadlines, but as a cultural level from the academic institutions, this is something I personally felt like, me as an entrepreneur turned from academician, like, the way some of the colleagues have mentioned, like, how to train. The way you train a young student in the classroom is entirely different from CXOs or like, or the mid-level, bottom-level managers, or like, because everybody has to be brought up to the speed. Everybody has to believe in that, this is something is the future actually. So the way the academia has to work is like, there has to be more and more industry relevant courses. This has to go away with typical classroom teaching actually. This has to be built in collaboration with the industries and startups. It's like, cultivation has to take place in the country, that, the academia and the startups and industry has to see that, they are working on a common goal. It's not like, the academicians are thinking that, I only will worry about some of the patents or papers or the PhD students I'm producing, but exactly what is the value addition we are doing to the nation level at an impact. So this is what has to be debated and cultivated right from academia to the industry.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Nishant. Uday, could you tell us what role do you see when you were talking about startups and innovators playing in bridging the technology and the talent gaps in India's manufacturing ecosystems?
I think obviously, I think what we really bring, sometimes I'm a industrial house and sometimes I'm a startup, so I wear both those hats. I don't know. Yeah, sure. But I'll tell you what, it's extremely important. I think, this new world, I mean, look at the way the wars are being fought right now, right? I mean, do we really need men and women? I mean, you're seeing how the last, Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Iran, I mean, this whole game has changed, right? So this way, and I'm using current events with AI and manufacturing. I mean, the whole way of thinking, the whole world order is absolutely, changing. And I think that, what needs to happen, what really needs to happen is, and I think specifically talking about India, ma'am, is that I worry more and more not about the big boys and the girls, especially the guys sitting on this table, but I worry continuously about the MSME and the SMEs. Those are the ones employing the vast majority of people. Those are the ones that if we want to lift this country up, right, it has to be the country of all. We've had some conversation on this before, ma'am. And अगर भारत को उठाना है तो उनको उठाना पड़ेगा. AI और IoT, ये सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज वहां मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में यूज होगी, तभी बनेगा. And I feel a little bit those people are getting left behind. How? Universities, technical programs, public-private partnerships. We just cannot have, I keep saying this, Modi ji ain't going to clean this country. We got to clean the country ourselves, right? And I think that, in all of these programs, we've got to now make sure that universities are making programs on this subject, cybersecurity included. And it doesn't matter whether you're an R&D guy or whether you're in, in chemicals or manufacturing. This is all needed, sir. And I think that, there has to be I keep saying, we've got to think about building a village. This is not just about, sir, you or you. This is about us. And specifically, those millions and millions and over 1 billion people out there. So I think in schools, in our programs, in our curriculum, this has to go to the grassroots. Now, we as industrial houses and startups are good. And I went around this to say, startups are like, special forces. The special forces go out there, they look at the land, they say, oh, this is, I quoted it, I'm very, very enamored by war because you learn a lot from how war strategies, I go back and learn from history, and I think of all the wars that are being fought today at the business side. You can learn a lot from those because it's all strategy. Winning battles is about strategy. It's not about men and women and all of that. So I think, startups are out here putting new ideas, testing the water. Half of us lose our limb or hand because we made a mistake, meaning the business goes down. Ma'am, in the manufacturing side, you saw in the EV, how many people started in this business and how many are still here? Because then we built the pathway for the big boys and girls to come in. And I think startups are very important for innovation, for new ideas, for looking at building things that maybe the bigger companies are not so, there's so many hierarchies. A president of a large corporation is going to say, मैं ये decision लूंगा, तो इससे मुझे कहीं impact तो नहीं आएगा, मेरा career तो खराब नहीं करेगा, मैं 50 साल लगा चुका हूँ. Sorry, ma'am, been spending too much time in UP, so in the front line, so Hindi is coming quite regularly to me. But my point was that this is where startups come in. This is how we as leaders in success or failure depends on scale, but we are able to provide that. And you know what? The big guys, the Adani or the Dow, we look at it, this is a good idea. Let me put a lot of money to work. Usme, ek hi logon ki, usme hamara desh aage badhega. Desh aage badhega to theek hai, I'm ready to be a startup that takes a bullet for the country. So for me, startups are extremely important. Startups have to watch a long-term game. They have to follow strategically. AI, IoT, robotics, everything. And I'm going to keep coming back. If you don't do cybersecurity, all of your work is going to get stolen by somebody sitting in North Korea or in Muradabad or in Karnataka, and you're going to be just sitting. And I think all of this ties in. We've got to have, you know what I think we should have? We should have a minister of artificial intelligence. In the UAE, I'm doing a lot of work in UAE, OSM is setting up. They have a ministry of artificial intelligence. That's the level of commitment. Because for me, startups as well as MSME and SMEs going to need a little bit more, support somehow, because the big guys can find their ways. And I think that's the only way. And this is so important. It's like blood in our veins. It has to be part of it. So, I mean, sorry, a little bit, that way.
Uday, well said. Just taking a bit forward to that. In a way, I think it started, right? There are two types of people who will survive. The ones who are affected by AI and the ones who can sort of master, conquer, and use it. And more education starting at the grassroots level. There will be a section of people who will probably shy away and then accept it and move on. But increasing amount of people, students, startups are coming in this space who are trying to adopt different forms of AI, cyber, IoT. And that is good for the country. It just, whether it's an MSME or a big company like ours who encourages them. So we are on the NASSCOM and DSA startup boards where every startup comes in, we try to encourage them, give them a path, give them a POC, give them the advantage of a large scale company, and then they can go. But I think that move has started. It's not if it will start, it has started. How much it will accelerate depends on people at the panel. But it has started. AI education is coming in the masses. Those who don't will be left aside. It's as good as ABC today. And hence the difference of how much it gets accelerated in the future. But it has started.
That's right. That's right. That's quite right. Dr. Kumar, from your experience, you have been in the R&D industry, and you know that pharmaceutical is one such industry where there is a lot of high regulation from the government. So how critical is the government support in driving AI adoption?
Government has to play a role of enabler. There is no choice. And ultimately, there are two most important things. Anyway, cyber security has already been talked about. This is very, very important. But there are two more important things. That it's a very cost-intensive area. Anybody who wants to go for this, I think the money is required. And most of the small companies may not be able to afford it. So I think government of India has to definitely come with some incentive or some sort of funding or some sort of thing where they can really push the whole thing forward. This is one thing which is very, very critical. Second thing is the infrastructure. That ultimately they have to provide infrastructure. If there is no internet, can you use AI? No. If power is not there, can you use AI? No. So I think very, very small things where we have to start with the power and the infrastructure, particularly when you are using net at home or in office, suddenly it goes off.
Power that to N+1.
Eh? Yeah, right. So all these things are important. And I think Government of India is definitely taking some steps together. They have come out with two programs. One is, I think, Digital India. One is specifically for the pharma sector. No, it's a Digital India. But Made in India is different thing. It's digital for this particular fact. Another one is the Digital Mission. That is for the patients and the pharma industry, basically to develop a sort of system by which most of the people can be making use of that. So these are few things definitely are very important, and there is a need of some sort of quick initiative, I will say, from the Government of India side, where they can push it forward fast, because I think already late.
Okay. And a common question to all of you. In your opinion, which industries are best positioned to benefit from this AI and IoT integration?
I think all companies. There's no exception, I think. Ultimately, every company, if it's using, is going to save a lot of time, energy, and productivity will be very high. The only thing is that how many people will survive after that, that's a different question. And I'm sure that all of us will lose jobs. I think nobody will be actually saved after some time, because those people, they are actually controlling AI. They will have nothing to do because they are controlling AI. Those they are using AI, they will disappear because AI will be doing everything. So I think this is definitely a very important thing which is to be considered, but still there is no choice. Everybody has to start thinking how to use it. I just tell about myself. IPCA is little late. They are thinking, but they have not started. Almost 4 or 5 years back, I was just thinking that what exactly is AI? Everybody's talking AI. I'm reading articles, they're talking AI. AI is doing this, AI is doing that. But I could not understand what the hell this AI is. And if I want to use it, can I purchase this AI and do something? No, it was really difficult. So then I started reading a lot about it, try to understand. And then actually I wrote few articles and published it. After learning a little bit about that, making people aware that how it is useful and how it can be done. And after that, personally, I started actually few activities on research front, that how I can make AI tool, which can do a better literature search. It can predict that what is the right thing to do. It can also tell why this is actually justified based on the chemistry. Then even developing process, because this is one of the most important thing when you talk about the pharma industry. How you really use AI, where whatever data you are generating and continuously machine learning is adding some value to that, that's important. One more thing which I thought that, okay, let me at least try something. So one thing happens that when you are doing some analysis, in some cases, you need expert to get involved. So you are running a analysis, but after that, you have to send it to either R&D or you have to send it to expert to say that whether you are there or not. So I said, okay, let us develop a program. I worked with the IT segment, and we have developed a program where particularly polymorphs, if anybody is from pharma industry, you must be knowing about that. It is very easy now that you just run the XRD. The data is going inside the AI tool, and it's saying it is passed or failed. If it is contaminated, it tells quantified data that is contaminated. It tells that how much purity is there, everything. So I'm really feeling good about that practically on my initiative, I could do something and I learned about it. So I am actually the learner. So I really made use of it. I think it has helped me. Yeah.
That's great.
What Dr. Ashok mentioned, I think rightly so, all industries will be affected. The production manufacturing ones will benefit most because they'll have the benefit of the AI.
Yeah.
The services industry will be the one implementing it. That industry, so timing of everything is important. Manufacturing is immediately, AI, IoT can come now and benefit them. The services who supply to this will be a long journey of learning. But the urgent need is the training and education institutes who are capitalizing it and mass media training for AI, cyber, and IoT. That's now. The process is then services, and obviously the immediate benefit is the production manufacturing. So these three buckets is what I would put it. EdTech, servicing, and manufacturing.
So so who gets the benefit? It's all actually, but I don't want to mention any specific segment, but any company, any industry, any startup which is sitting or generating large data sets actually. So they are going to have an immediate benefit because data is something critical as a base actually. And the companies who are making structured data sets, so they will get benefit more. And the companies who have already skilled manpower, who knows how to develop programs or connect the structured data set to when I say IoT is not anymore a chip actually. We are getting into high performance computing, supercomputing. So basically who have manpower, who knows how to write parallel computing algorithms actually with simple science statistics based, I'm not talking about PhD level programming actually. So those are the companies will have huge, humongous benefits actually. So data, structured data sets, and companies who have manpower or investing in manpower, who knows how to write a parallel computing program on high performance computing, and the industries who are already in collaboration with academic institutions who have access to these kind of high performance super computers actually. So these are the layers and levels of the benefits of any industry which is doing all these 4 or 5 things actually, I would say. And so among the new generation companies, of course, the way I see is energy storage, clean tech, EV, automation. So these are the startups who are already reaping in the benefits of the cloud AI, predictive AI, generative AI, or prescriptive AI. So because the way the foundations of these new age companies or the industries is started with the data analytics, connected vehicles or connected storage systems or connected clean tech systems. So these are the 3-4 avenues I see, 3-4 industries who will benefit more than the others actually. But at a fundamental level, whoever has are sitting on the data, so they are the giants actually today.
I'll just add on, and as I think mentioned by my colleagues, the manufacturing industry is slightly primitive, right? And I think that is where you have a significant scope of utilizing AI and IoT and integrating AI and IoT to move forward. I think the chemical industry is still also slightly more primitive than the overall manufacturing industry, right? So I think there's a significant amount of value for the chemical industry to really implement some of these tools, and you need to integrate everything. Like you're talking about market blueprinting with respect to the needs of the industry, that you can use social listening and all that stuff to get in your data into R&D. You need to have secured system. You need to have some of this predictive intelligence. Then comes your application development. You need to figure out really that how quickly I can use a lot of data sets and application formulation to create new formulations quickly. Then convert that to manufacturing, and then you have manufacturing data on what catalyst and how this catalyst is used and not used, that you integrate. And then you're talking about getting into fulfillment and buying experience. So you have buying experience where you completely change the buying experience of customers to to online, and then you're talking about fulfillment experience, which is supply chain, and you completely change supply chain. So in this, if you see, the whole value chain is involved, all the different kind of setup when you're talking about utilizing AI. So every function here is a different function, but you have to integrate all of those functions if you kind of move together, and then the IT comes in and integrates all these functions together. And then cybersecurity becomes a very, very important piece, is that you need to do this very, very confidentially and see that your plant or anything is not getting hacked, right? So overall, I think the chemical industry is still in a primitive mode, and we can see significant amount of changes there with respect to the intervention of AI and
can help you leapfrog the difference, right? Actually, the more chance, the more behind, the more leapfrog it can get to level. It's a good leveler. It's a good leveler.
You have any last words?
Yeah, absolutely. I know time's up, so I think we're just going to do that. But I just think the manufacturing today, right? Manufacturing today requires AI. I think we need to be. I think there'll be the biggest beneficiaries right up. I think it'll follow up with the service industry and many. But I think we've got an opportunity, specifically in India, put manufacturing ahead. We talk about this earlier, we talk about it now. I think it's manufacturing. I think services and everybody will come behind. It'll give better employment. You have to lift everybody. And one last thing, it excites me. You said you didn't know anything about it. You learned it. Damn, you wrote a few books. I mean, that's what we need, doctors like you. You guys pick it up and pick up everybody else. This is not about just picking up your company. It's picking up everybody else. And I'm always going to say this, ma'am, and I'm not standing for political office. I want all of us. इस देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम सबको दमना पड़ेगा. ये एक काम नहीं है. And so I think, but manufacturing, number one, that's what we need to focus on. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. That was a very wonderful discussion, and thank you everyone for making time and very insightful discussion. And thank you everyone. Any questions from the audience? I suppose no.
Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone, for our panelists and our moderator? Going ahead, may I request Abhijit Ray, Senior Manager, Solutions Engineering, NetApp India. Okay. So we'll go ahead with the panel felicitations, requesting you all to please stay here. May I request Abhijit Ray, Senior Manager, Solutions Engineering, NetApp India, to come up on the stage to felicitate the panel members. Mr. Jata, I would request you to please join for the panel felicitation. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone, for our panelists? Once again, a big round of applause, everyone. Once again, a big round of applause. Taking this moment to appreciate all our panelists for joining us here today. Requesting you all to please stay for a group photo. Please. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. Going ahead, as automation and AI transform operations, human insight will always guide sustainable practices, inclusive growth, and creative problem solving. The future factor, as we see it, just isn't smart. It's human-centric, where people and technology collaborate to build resilient, agile, and responsible industries. Now, I would request our keynote speaker, Mr. Shailesh Sharma, Director for Operations, SKF India and Southeast Asia, to tell us his perspective about humanity's role in manufacturing the future. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, everyone?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Manufacturing Today, for this very exciting topic of automation, AI, IoTs, and humanity in between. So we are living in a different era of reinvented manufacturing, where robots weld, sort, inspect, and assemble with unmatched precision. Algorithm predicts supply chain even before they arise, the need of supply chain even before they arise. The smart factories run quite connected and very efficiently, thanks to all this technology. But yet, in this sophisticated world of sensors and silicon, a question echoes louder than ever. What's the role of human? What's the role of human hand, human mind, and the human spirit going forward? With an estimate, by 2030, about 15% of the jobs worldwide will get cut just because of AI coming in. But here I'm talking about manufacturing. So manufacturing is different. Probably all of you must be knowing, you know for sure, Foxconn, which is a electronic manufacturing company in China. They adopted AI, IoTs, and of course robotics to streamline their operation, but they didn't go for mass layoff. They decided to retain their workforce and converted them for a better use. All those people now become a kind of robotic engineers. They are doing maintenance, they are doing analytics, and the result is huge increase in efficiency and productivity. And now they have a very different skilled workforce. General Electric, they have a concept called Brilliant Factory. Brilliant Factory, again, same thing, equipped with all technology, high-end automation, robotics, AI, IoTs, but human touch has not gone. Still, people are there. They are taking care of all the processes, solving complex problems. So robots or machines tell what's happening and they act accordingly. In northern Italy, there is a company, which is a very old company in textile. In 2019, they decided to upgrade their technology. They did so, converted complete with high automation, highly automated loom. And the result is, of course, it became a very quiet factory because no more people are required, very less people required. They did mass layoff. The factory became, of course, soulless. But sooner they realized, because they were in the manufacturing of a product which is made by a wool, which is coming from a sheep which is raised in very high altitude. And in that condition, machine doesn't know the difference of the quality of the fabric and the fiber and how this moves and the breathe. And that's why, again, the decision needed to be changed and they needed to rehire people to take care of that aspect. So machine can run on logic, but not with passion. Machine know many things, can operate efficiently, but can't understand the essence of the product. I had an opportunity to go to UK and see the Amazon fulfillment center. And it was amazed to see that in the ground floor, there was no human. There are so many robots working. And robots, they are not typical robots, what they look like. They were kind of racks, which they were moving here and there, crossing each other with such a high speed that sometimes it was looking like they will crush each other. And I was struggling to see, is there any human exist here? That was the situation when we went for a discussion in a room. Then the people of Amazon, people, they took us to first floor and we saw more number of people than robots sitting there. So they were doing the stuff which is much different than what robots were doing. But what they are doing, that is enabling these robots to do what they are doing at the ground floor. That means, if we imagine a situation 20, 30 years before, probably the same people or same kind of people must be doing the same job what robots are doing now. So role has changed. Those people are not required to do the same job now. The cobots, collaborative robots, have made our life easy, people life easy. They have freed the people to do the dangerous repetitive job, right? And allow them or enable them to do a much more meaningful job, which is making now this entire ecosystem ready, the technology built up, which probably if they keep doing the same thing earlier, the robot or AI would not have come into picture. So human are still valid, still relevant in the system, but as in the previous panel discussion, there was a topic, maybe the same number of people may not be required. Of course, if some 100 people are required to do a job, with robotics and AI, probably 50 or maybe 25 people will be required to do the same job, or doing some collaboration with cobot to create the same kind of products. That means the remaining people need to upskill and go for a different kind of job. And this is going to impact for sure more of blue collar, because especially very old people who are difficult to change. For example, in my company, earlier we used to hire anybody, I am talking about 20 years before or 15, 20 years before, anybody without having any restriction on any technical qualification or degree for a blue collar job, because it is supposed to be a job which can be done by anybody after giving certain amount of training. But now this situation is not there. We have even stopped hiring ITI people. We hire only diploma holders because know where the future is. These people are required to know at least some part of logic. And if we have technology, we should have people also to use that technology. There are many repetitive tasks which we do during manufacturing. And we are seeing now how the workforce is shrinking. Our productivity has gone almost double in last 7-8 years. We are in business of bearing manufacturing. So we used to make around, I'm talking about from one factory, from around 50-55 million pieces of bearing in a year by using around 260 people. Now we have around 250 people and we are making around 90 million pieces bearing. So that means productivity has gone up. How it is possible? By technology, right? So technology is definitely required to be upgraded. We have to run with the pace of the industry and the demand of the market and the customer. But at the same time, people are always in the course. In my company, we have our strategy, the 4 pillars of our strategy, manufacturing strategy. We call it as lean, green, digital, people. These are the 4 pillars. Lean, green, digital, people. And you can see from across. It is starting from the lean, which is about the waste reduction. So that is about our production system. We have our own production system called Escape Production System. So implementation of all stability tools to streamline our flow, to streamline our processes and reduce waste and continuously reduce cost and be a customer-centric lean. But at the same time, it is embedded with our green manufacturing concept, where we are taking care of all the aspect of green, starting with, of course, GHG reduction, but also along with that, water, plastic, paper, and even chemical reduction. But these two are being supported by our technology, digitalization. So digital is another piece where the name is digitalization, which combined all kind of high-end automation, including robotics, IoTs, and now we have recently started even AI. Again, the concept is to reduce waste, improve our efficiencies, including our energy efficiency. We have taken target of about 5% reduction year over year of our energy efficiency, irrespective of how much volume is going up. That means our production is going every year up, but our energy is reducing 5% with the help of our digital technologies, adoption of new ways of doing things, and of course, with waste reduction. But you see in the center, the people are there. So humanity, when we are talking about humanity, the people part is there. All things revolve around people. If we have today a maintenance cockpit where all the machines are connected and we are able to do predictive analysis by using all sensors, putting on the machines, and we can predict when our machine is going to be down, that has been done by our own people. The people who were doing earlier probably the corrective maintenance job, now they have upgraded to a more of preventive and more planned maintenance, preventive and predictive maintenance. They are planning their maintenance schedule. Our uptime has gone up significantly by using this. But was it possible without human? Can only sensors can do everything? Sensor will just give the information. They will trigger. By using sensors, we get trigger. Okay, something can go wrong in future, but action need to be taken now. And for that, people are required. Machine have, as I said, logic. Machine doesn't have soul. Machine cannot inspire. Machine cannot feel. Machine cannot even get inspiration. Cannot build relation with customers. Cannot build collaboration. We cannot program trust. We cannot program a value system, right? So technology is there on one part, but it is not going to end or lead somewhere without people. Of course, as I said, if things will become more efficient, more productive, but the people will still be there. Maybe they will not be doing the same job what they are doing now. The job will be very different. And this is going to be a new era of manufacturing going forward. So ladies and gentlemen, this is basically not about machine versus human, it's basically machine with human. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a huge round of applause, everyone. And now I would invite Rahul Sequeira, Managing Director of ITP Media India, to go ahead with the felicitation, please. So I would like to mention Mr. Sharma has traveled all the way from Pune this morning. So let's hear it for him. A huge round of applause for his address today here and taking the time joining us. Thank you, gentlemen. You may take your seat. Thank you. Next on our agenda is a short presentation on intelligent data infrastructure for the AI era by Abhijit Ray, Senior Manager Solutions Engineering, NetApp India.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great. I think it's been a very insightful discussion thus far, very enlightening to hear from the panel discussion as well as what we heard now. What I'm going to talk about in the next 10-15 minutes or so is about how do we as a technology company support this endeavor of creating smart and secure manufacturing, right? So quick introduction. I lead the pre-sales organization within NetApp for India and SAARC for the commercial, mid-market and SMB business. Now, a bit about our company. We are a technology innovator when it comes to data storage platforms. And we've been there in the business for more than 30 years, driving a lot of innovation in technology, right? And while we are headquartered in San Jose, in US, there is a lot of engineering work which happens out of India, right? We have a very strong support system and engineering base in India. And we are very proud to say that today we manage some of the most critical, mission critical infrastructure of India as well as globally from India, right? Overall, a $6.5 billion organization and offices in more than 50 countries, right? Okay, this looks to be a summary of the discussions we have had thus far, right? If you look at what we discussed thus far is around what business outcomes, right, can artificial intelligence and IoT drive, right? And I believe the business outcomes haven't changed over the last 5-10 years, right? The business outcomes have been towards driving energy efficiency, right? How do you ensure that you reduce the carbon footprint in the way you work, process, and manage? How do you reduce your overall waste? And we had a lot of discussions around waste reduction, right? We talked about predictive, prescriptive maintenance, right? And all of this is to improve the yield, okay? Improve the productivity of the organization, reduce maintenance cost, and overall improve profitability for the company, right? Supply chain optimization is, again, a big thing in any manufacturing organization. So these are all business outcomes that we all strive for, right? What is AI intending to do in all of this, right? AI is just intending to accelerate these business transformations, right? It's not that we were not doing any of this, right? So, and if AI has to improve, if it has to accelerate these business outcomes, then the critical aspect, I think Dr. Nishant talked about it in his speech, is how do you have data drive these insightful observations so that you can improve your efficiency going forward, right? So data is the conduit, okay? If you have good, clean data to process and manage, you can drive good artificial intelligence out of it, right? So where does data reside today, right? If you look at a typical manufacturing organization, right? From your production line to your plants, to your factories, I mean, it is the most distributed setup that one can have today, right? And in this distributed setup, your data is in silos, right? Across various environments, running various workloads. It could be high performance computing. It could be virtual machines, databases, your AI ML projects that you're kicking off, right? Your cloud storage, it is all across, right? And this brings in a lot of complexity, right? We talked about, how do we make things simple? In a manufacturing setup, right? It is important that you won't be hiring tons and tons of IT folks, right? So at the end of the day, you have to make life simple for the plant, the manufacturing organization, the companies. And that's what we strive to do, right? So in all of this, you see inconsistency in the way things get operated, managed, inconsistency of data security, inconsistency in terms of data protection, and overall inconsistency in experience, right? So as NetApp, we have been driving innovation. A lot of people make data storage platforms, right? But the way we differentiate is we have put in a lot of intelligence and automation inside the core operating environment that we run, the core operating system that we run, which we call as ONTAP, right? And this can run any application all the workloads that we talk of, any application in any environment, okay, and in the most consistent manner. And the reason we say it is consistent because it's the same platform which can run all the applications in a robo site, in your plant manufacturing site, in your data center. It's just the size and the scale will vary, but the operating environment is the same. And we have also taken it to some of the major hyperscalers, right? So overall, we help deliver a very consistent experience to the organization. And some of the core marquee customers in India run on NetApp. So we are very proud of that. We spoke about the various applications, right? Let's look at, and this is just a sample set of the different applications that we support from the platform. It could be any application. This is just a sample we are showing. It could be streaming applications like Kafka, the ERP applications like SAP, the databases, the critical databases. We are running some of the India's most time-sensitive applications, right? I'm just switching gears a bit. We have all moved to cashless transactions, right? What do we use? UPI. Every time you use a UPI transaction, you're actually hitting our system, right? And banks don't earn money, but they are penalized for, if you are not able to fulfill that UPI transaction. Similarly, manufacturing, if you look at from EDA customers to the largest automobile customers in the world, some of whose factories and plants reside in India, again, use our technology, right? So, and the reason they use that is because we are workload agnostic, we are protocol agnostic, which means we support the unstructured data, because when you look at AI, you want to bring in a lot of data sets into your system, right? So it has to support all kinds of data, unstructured file, unstructured object, as well as structured data sets. And those structured data sets would use typical protocols like Fiber Channel and iSCSI, but also the latest protocols like NVMe over Fiber Channel, NVMe over IP, right? So this is a very unique value proposition. We believe we are one of the unique players in the industry, in the data management industry, okay, who offer unification of protocols to run any workload in any premise, right? When I say any premise, it could be a premise of your choice. Now, we spoke about our infrastructure platform, some of the systems that you see on the far left of this slide. But what we have typically done is we have extracted the heart of this system, which is the operating environment, right? The storage operating environment. And we have made it portable into all the leading hyperscalers. So today, our solutions are available natively as first-party services, managed and delivered by the hyperscalers. Like if you talk about Amazon FSxN, which is an Amazon service, but running NetApp ONTAP operating environment, right? Similar is the case with Azure NetApp Files, Google NetApp Volumes. Now let's tie it back to AI and our topic of discussion, right? Today, you can think of starting an AI project on public cloud when you're doing a testing, when you're trying to do some development of how the model would run. And tomorrow, if you have to bring it on-prem, because all your data set is residing on-prem, how do you do that? With NetApp ONTAP's common operating environment across this hybrid multi-cloud environment, we are able to provide that conduit, that connective tissue that joins, on-premises to co-location data centers to hybrid clouds. Right. Now, we spoke about that we are able to, put data to work in very disparate locations as per your needs. But again, you are all in the business of manufacturing. You're not in the business of IT, right? So we need to make life simple for you. How do we do that, right? It requires a very strong data management solution, right? So from the principle of making data available across all the locations, let's look at the principle of making data being accessed more simply, being managed more simply in a more consistent fashion across all locations, right? So that is what NetApp does with its portfolio of BlueXP offerings, where you can see from a single dashboard. You don't need to get into individual systems to manage your infrastructure. From a single dashboard, you have visibility of what your data set looks like. You can do further classification of the data, protection of that data, and we heard a lot of discussions around ransomware protection, right? All of those policies could be set up from this single console, right? Let's look at what we do from a cybersecurity perspective, right? And this is a very strong statement to make, a very serious statement when we say that we are the most secure storage on the planet. We have been certified by US Department of Defense, by common criteria, by FIPS. Nobody in the industry has run through so many certifications, okay? We run some of the most critical, secure data sets of the country across the globe, right? And the reason we are able to do so is because we are able to support all of this with a strong and robust technology, right? So we look at some of the examples. Obviously, when you look at cybersecurity, you will build multiple layers of defense, right? We know about firewalls, we know about intrusion detection systems, the IPS, you will have DDoS protection systems and all of that. But in spite of all of this, we heard from the panelists, right? The cyber securists are also becoming AI savvy, okay? They are also finding ways to enter our premises, okay? And it is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when they will enter, okay? So from a NetApp perspective, what we do is we can block systems, we can block files from entering. We know the malicious extensions, we will immediately block it, okay? We take tamper-proof snapshots, which is locking the snapshot so that no one can, snapshot is a copy of the data, by the way, okay? So we can lock the data so that nobody can, again, play around with it, edit it for whatever reason, okay? We also provide multi-admin verification, which means today, even if you have an insider threat, or in case your credentials are compromised, we are not talking about dual authentication, we are talking about multi-factor authentication, right? Similarly, end-to-end encryption. Now let's take an example of, suppose a cyber attack happens. How does NetApp protect, right? So as soon as we realize, because we are continuously, this AI engine, it's an AI engine which we have integrated into our solution, into the operating environment, right? So we keep analyzing how your data is behaving, performing, okay? And as soon as we realize that the level of encryption has gone up, and there is, we are seeing reduction of data efficiencies, we realize that something is going wrong. Immediately the system will take, it's a kind of a process, immediately the system will take a tamper-proof snapshot, lock it down, trigger an alert to your IT team, okay? And you can easily recover, restore back from that snapshot, okay? It did two things in this process. One is it prevented that corruption from spreading to other parts of the data. And the second is it allowed you to quickly restore and recover. There are cybersecurity solutions from a backup perspective, which might take days, weeks, and months to recover. Here we are talking about a single-click recovery for most of the data sets, right? And this is why we say that, we are one of the most secure storage infrastructure players in the planet. When it comes to AI, I think designing AI solutions, we heard from the panel, is like building a layered cake, right? You need good computing resources, you need networking, you need data storage platforms, and all of these need to integrate and work together, right? We have got tight integration and validations with some of the leading AI providers, including NVIDIA. We are NVIDIA DGX certified, NVIDIA SuperPod certified. We are certified with NVIDIA NCP architecture, as well as we are working closely with Intel's, a lot of the AI ML platforms like Domino Labs. So we have, in the sense, when we work with you on an AI project, we are not doing testing with you. It's a certified, validated reference architecture that we are leading and coming to you with, right? We deliver extremely scalable performance because a lot of this will require a lot of model training. So we deliver very, very high performance in these systems. And as I explained, these are very trusted and secure platforms so that when you bring your enterprise data to your OpenAI models, and we are not going to deliberate whether you need to bring data to AI or AI to data, because for us, it is a connected tissue across any platform, across any location, right? But when we do that, you can be rest assured that it is trusted, secure, and we are not compromising and playing with your data because we trust our technology to work for you, right? And we do all of this with sustainability in mind, because we believe that this is the core of whatever we do, how we design our products. From a design philosophy, as an example, I can say that even a small component like a power supply is a titanium-based power supply, which is very highly energy efficient. From a solution perspective, we integrate a lot of the data efficiency technologies like deduplication, compression, compaction, so that we can reduce the footprint of data, thereby save on energy, cost, as well as the overall TCO of the solution, right? And all of this can be measured, monitored using our Blue XP set of offerings. It also gives predictive, views in terms of what steps you should take to further improve on your carbon emission and how do you reduce the overall carbon footprint, right? So that's all I had to share with you quickly. And we are available. A lot of our experts, the NetApp experts, are available in the booth. Look forward to further conversations down the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhijit. With that, we go for a break for 10 minutes. Request all of you to please come back by 1 p.m. This is a 10-minute break because we have one more panel discussion after that. Thank you.
Or maybe like this.
Requesting everyone to please settle down. We're starting within the next 5 minutes. Thank you. Once again, if I'm audible for our audience outside, requesting you all to please come inside. We are starting our next session in the next few minutes. Requesting everyone to please settle down. So we begin our post-break session with another short presentation by Sumit Sadishan, Head Enterprise Solution Consulting India, TP-Link, on the topic of future of smart and secure connectivity.
Check. Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Sumit Satishan. I head the Enterprise Solution Consulting Division in TP-Link India. So TP-Link, I'm sure most of you must have heard, right? Anyone by any chance using TP-Link at their home? Yeah, I see a hand there. Okay, there. Okay. So the reason why we are here is to tell you that we are not just that home-based wireless router, but we are also into enterprise space, right? So the whole point of being present here, in fact, we are proud of the fact that we are the only IT infrastructure OEM here to participate in this manufacturing event. I think kudos to manufacturing today to set up an event like this. So talking of networking, so again, as I was saying, enterprise networking, of course, it's a growing segment, right? Because whatever was being discussed here, right? AI, ML, right? Robotics and stuff like that, everything basically works. The basis of that is the core networking, right? The core networking has to be strong. The core networking has to be secure. And that's what we'll be talking about. So obviously a growing space when it comes to enterprise networking, and not just networking as such, wireless is within that segment growing at a double speed, right? So we are talking about a CAGR of almost 14%, right? So of course, there's a lot of demand for wireless because slowly people are moving to wireless. You go to office, you don't look for the cable anymore, right? You directly connect to the wireless. So of course, there's increased internet penetration, 5G technology, the adoption has come. IoT adoption, of course, we have been talking about the IoT in terms of manufacturing and all. Increase of that, not just in manufacturing, but also at a consumer home, smart home levels. Public area hotspots have increased, right? You go to airport, usually when you travel overseas, the first thing you do is look for a Wi-Fi, and the airport usually has a hotspot solution where you need to register and you'll get the internet, right? So that's how wireless is basically growing. Okay, talking of manufacturing. Okay, why manufacturing is a major, I would say, like I have put it as a major technology consumer, right? Because nowadays, like gone are the days of we used to say air gap networks, right? Your control systems, your SCADA networks used to be away from internet, right? They used to have their own control system. But now with the IoTs coming in, now with the smart sensors coming in, everything is IP based, right? So that means it has become part of the extended network. So we are talking about a robust network, right? Autonomous mobile robots, not just the ARM based robots, but robots which are actually moving around, right? So how does it move around without any wire? It would work on the wireless. So we are talking about a need for a very strong wireless within a manufacturing unit, right? Of course, industrial networking, when I say industrial networking, there are extreme heat conditions, there are extreme low temperature conditions where a networking device has to work, right? So you need to have those industrial grade devices which would help in manufacturing segment. And the last but the most important point which I put up here is interoperability and integration, right? So there are a lot of systems. We know the SCADA systems, different control systems. So the panelists here spoke of a lot of things, AI, cyber security within AI, right? So AI is what? Basically something logical based, like actionable intel what you get from these devices, right? That's what AI is all about. So when I talk of integration, you need to have your core networking so strong and should support an open API, right? When I say open API, it could be integrated with any system which has a REST API or support for APIs, right? So it can be integrated. So all those actionable intel what we talk about, right? You get that from your core networking, right? So as I said, networking is at your core, and the enterprise networking is basically an ecosystem which is called as SDN, right? Software defined networking. So all your networking, so be it your switching, be it your routing, be it your wireless, right? All your firewalls, everything becomes a part of a single ecosystem which can be managed and controlled, right? So it is not just a management tool or a control tool, but you also get a lot of features which are controller based, right? So using capability of wireless and capability of switch, you can have a feature. I would talk about that more, right? So yeah, so basically the SDN has evolved over the time. We are talking about easy adoption of switching, the types of switching. PoE switches are the switches which gives power to your access level devices like wireless devices for your surveillance cameras, right? It could be your IP phones, right? All those devices you need PoE switches. So yeah, as and when the technology evolved in Wi-Fi, of course, we are now talking about Wi-Fi 7, right? Which has got the 6 gigahertz band, right? So the technology is evolving, the SDN has to catch up with it or has to be at par with it, right? And the fourth point is the major one, that is security, right? Everyone spoke of security. Yes, cyber security definitely very important. And when we talk of this attack surface area, right? People working from home, your applications move to cloud. We are talking of a lot of attack surface area which needs to be taken care. So SDN, the new age SDN, if I have to say so, would need to ensure that the security is coming into picture, right? So evolving, yeah, so controller based features. So as I was just saying, right? So combining wireless with switching. So what could be an example, right? So we all know co-working spaces, business centers, right? So what happens in a co-working space? In the same premise, two people working for company A are sitting, and just besides them, maybe someone else from company B is sitting. But what is happening here? They are using the same Wi-Fi, right? So that's a security risk, so to say, right? Because you know those network neighborhood, people can use tool and try to get access to the network neighborhood, network neighboring systems, right? So to avoid that, you get controller-based feature wherein though people are under the same roof using the same wireless, they become part of different VLAN and they can use different passwords, right? So that means company A, 4 people get connected to the same wireless, but they are becoming part of a different VLAN. When I say VLAN, where does the VLAN come from? VLAN comes from the switching. So here we are talking about SDN giving a controller based feature, which means the wireless, right? The SSID comes from the wireless, that is access point, which is a different device. Your VLAN comes from the switches, which are a different device. But the feature, what is on offer called as PPSK, okay, private pre-shared key. Now this feature you get because you are able to combine the capabilities through the controller, right? So that's how you can have or add a security layer even in a common Wi-Fi scenario, right? Similarly, like you can combine wireless with security gateways, right? So when I say gateways, all your IPS, IDS, right? Intrusion prevention systems and all are part of the gateways. And when it comes to wireless, there is something called as WIDS and WIPS, wireless, IPS, IDS. So there is something called as de-authentication attack. So a hacker basically goes on de-authenticating all the genuine users who are latched on to the wireless, right? So to counter that, you need to have certain signatures, right? Which would take care of that, which would quarantine those systems which are attacking, quarantine any rogue APs which might be in the network, right? Now this comes from the gateway, right? Gateway carries all. Again, we are talking about combination, right? A feature which you are getting from the controller, right? Again, visibility, single dashboard, we are talking about SDN. So in a single dashboard, you basically get to see what kind of network is there, what's the status of the network, what's the distribution of the network, how much HTTPS is going on, or if there is some P2P protocol running, how much is share of that, and all those visibility you get. You click on the page. So this is a new age intuitive dashboard. You click on it and you get more details, right? Infographic reports, right? Again, people spoke of AI, artificial intelligence. So it's not that it has just come now. So there are a lot of features which are existing. For example, I spoke of PoE switches, right? Power over Ethernet, right? So usually there are issues with PoE switches that the port is giving power to a wireless device or maybe a camera. Sometimes it goes down. Now through the ML, right, learning, So the system, what it can do is it can automatically learn that and just reboot that port and the power is back. Right? So that's a very, what do you say, a basic example of AI. Now, what could be more advanced example of AI in a system like this is auto troubleshooting. So just like you are asking all your Metas and Chat GPTs, like you just put a question, right, in a layman's language and it gives you an answer, right? Similarly, you can actually troubleshoot. You can start troubleshooting, right? Because here we are talking about multiple devices, right? There are switches, there are access points, there are routers, there are firewalls. So you don't know what's happened. Something went wrong and maybe you just put it on chat and it would be able to give you that, right? So that could be the use case of AI and ML, so to say, right? So through machine learning, you can basically detect what's happening at the port level, what's happening at the particular layer of OSI. And based on that, basically, again, as I said, I would always call AI as something which gives you actionable intel, right? So through ML, you get intel, and if action can be done on that, you can do it, right? That's what AI would be when it comes to infrastructure, so to say. 5G networking, of course, even manufacturing, I'm sure like the adoption has started, right? And when it comes to 5G networking, the SDN ecosystem has to ensure that it is adopting that as well, right? So as I said, SDN is the core ecosystem, which is ensuring that it is par with the new age technology. Of course, security is the key. We are talking about cyber security, right? Again, like lot has been discussed here about cyber security. It's very easy to gain access, right? The user sitting in the network is the weakest link. He can click on anything and stuff like that, right? So yeah, security is important. And as I said, at the gateway level, you have to ensure that you have features like IPS, IDS, right? And when it comes to TP-Link, I think I would be talking about that. So that's Omada. Omada is the SDN ecosystem name of TP-Link, or you can say the enterprise range of products what TP-Link carries. And Omada is basically a Greek name which means team, right? So what we are doing is we are teaming all the networking infrastructure into a single dashboard and you get the edge. So that's the kind of ecosystem, right? So you've got all the access points, the switches, the gateways. There are different types of controllers. We also have hardware-based controllers through which basically you can control the entire ecosystem, right? PPSK I spoke about, right? So combining the feature of wireless and switching and giving a feature like PPSK. When it comes to access points, nowadays people are asking for fiber-based access points. So at the access level also, like you have GPON and all. And of course, you need HD, high density access point. That means a single access point connected here would serve you all. So if you all are connected, right? And nowadays, when you talk of internet, there are so many streamings, YouTube videos, stuff going on, right? So the use of internet is very heavy, right? So you need wireless devices which can actually take control of that, right? At switching, we have moved. So TP-Link is a company which moves from down to up. We started with the home segment. We are, of course, still strong in that. Access level, we are very strong and slowly we are growing upwards. So now we have got switching, which is like 100 gig. Okay, so, and yeah, security, we are moving the SASE way. I'm sure you must have heard secure access service edges with the users working from home, your application going to cloud. You need something called as SD-WAN, right? ZTNA is Zero Trust Network Access. And yeah, SASE is basically a firewall-based thing which you can have at your gateway, right? TP-Link very strong in that. We also have surveillance solutions called as BG. Like whatever basic surveillance is needed in an enterprise segment, we have all those type of camera, the 360-degree cameras, the varifocal cameras, turret cameras, lot of things. So where we are moving, right? The smartness what we have got into is having Omada Central. So Omada Central is basically an integrated network and surveillance coming together. So I'd like to show a small video, a minute's video.
Solution you are looking for may be like this: simple deployment, unified management, quick troubleshooting, safe operation. Find everything you need in Omada Central. Omada Central enables centralized management of networking and surveillance devices across sites. Omada Central quickly identifies and adopts networking and surveillance products for fast deployment. Quickly monitor network and surveillance status for all sites via the dashboard. Display site distribution and status visually on the map. When you notice that the device's overall monitoring status is poor, you can click to quickly view the incident list page and suggested fixes for issues such as loop issues. Enable loopback control. To ensure system stability, devices with loops will be disabled to maintain the stability of other equipment. Automatically identifies security devices and divides VLAN for higher security. Advanced AI-driven security software effectively prevents intrusions. A powerful firewall and advanced security functions further protect your system.
Yes, so that's Omada Central. So now quickly about the company, TP-Link India is US based. It started in China in 1996, but now it's a US based company. And we are proud of the fact that TP-Link India is among the top 5 within the TP-Link Global, which serves almost 170 countries. And that's our presence in India. We are Make in India. 85% of our products are made in India. We have 3 manufacturing units, and we are proud of the fact that our own manufacturing, that is globally the 4th manufacturing, would be coming up in south of India, right? Yeah, the head office is in Mumbai, just maybe 2 kilometers away from here. And we have been number 1 since consecutive 12 years when it comes to WLAN. I'll quickly go through it. Basically, this is from the ABI research. We are among the top 5 implementers. And this is one best slide you should look at. This is talking about best brands by PCMag, New York-based PCMag. Look at the TP-Link, it is positioned at 8th position. But the NPS, the blue bar, is basically better than Apple, right? So NPS is, just to quickly tell you, Net Promoter Score, is basically your positive ratings, minus your negative rating. And the average apportionated to 100 is what NPS score is. So TP-Link India, a leading brand now, right? That's a biggest testimony. And this is when it comes to the enterprise. We are in the Gartner's Magic Quadrant for the enterprise wired and wireless segment. And yeah, consecutive 6 years means that you don't get your name overnight, right? Unless and until you have the completeness of vision, the x-axis, which means you have totality of solution. The y-axis, which is ability to execute, roughly translates to the global market share what you have. And we are proud of the fact that we are among the Gartners. So yes, when you next time hear about TP-Link, don't think कि ये मेरा घर का router है. It is also basically about enterprise networking and surveillance.
TP-Link, founded in 1996, has become a leading.
Okay, thank you. So that's the vision statement: pursue excellence, explore possibilities. We are put up here. Our team is here. Please do visit our stall. And thank you. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Sumit. We now move on to our next panel discussion, the CIO panel. The topic of this discussion is the future of sustainable storage in the AI era. May I call upon the moderator of this session, Dr. Ravindra Utkigar, Vice President and SBU Head, Willow Mather and Platt Pumps Private Limited. We'll just take a minute to put the chairs. With that, I'll go ahead and invite the panel members on the dais. We have Mansi Thapar, Global Head, Cybersecurity, Apollo Tyres. We have Dhruv Jain, Head, Digital and Analytics, Grasim Chemicals, Aditya Birla Group. Abhijit Ray, Senior Manager, Solutions Engineering, NetApp India. Ravi Kundra, Director, India Manufacturing Operations, CNH. Anand Deodhar, Group Chief Information Officer, Force Motors Limited. With that, I would give it over to our moderator.
All right. Good afternoon. We are told that we are running behind schedule, so we'll try to wrap up in about 40 minutes. But I think this is one of the most important topics of today's discussion. We have very power-packed panel. We keep talking about smart factories, AI, automation, and all of that. At the root of everything remains data. And when we talk about data, data storage is actually the next thing that is spoken in the same breath. And many of you would perhaps be a little bit surprised that every day world generates about 400 million terabytes of data, which is also called 0.4 zettabytes of data. And if you put all this together on an annual basis, world generates about 150 zettabytes of data. We all are hungry for growth, and given the humongous growth that the information technology, software, IT, automation, AI-based solution is undergoing, you can only imagine this growth of data generation, and therefore data storage is going to grow exponentially. Then who better than these accomplished panels here really to speak about the important topic we have for today, which is future of sustainable storage in AI era. Data agility, innovation, backbone of tomorrow's smart factories. Number of things in this title: smart factories, sustainability, AI, data, innovation, may sound like a buzzwords, but they all are connected in some way or other. On one hand, we have this humongous growth experienced in data centers, which is seen as a sunrise industry. And I think Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad are seen as a triangle that leads the data center movement, also followed by Delhi, Pune, Mumbai in different sectors. We all agree that at the root of everything is data, and to handle that data, we need huge data centers. A simple Google search actually takes 0.003 watts of energy. And the same search using AI models or large language models takes 0.03 watts of energy, which means when you are going to AI route, you are actually increasing your energy requirement tenfold. And which is where this whole growth of data center on one hand is extremely alarming, because these data centers are energy guzzlers. Huge IT infrastructure, hardware, server, and whatnot is required in these data centers. And companies like Google have gone on record to say that their net zero plans are in danger, and they will have to postpone their net zero plans from 2030 to the next date, which they haven't even announced. And here is a contradiction, that the same AI can actually used efficiently, effectively, is going to give handsome dividends on energy efficiency, reducing energy footprints, minimizing wastage, getting into circular economy, identifying energy guzzling equipments, synchronizing our process, removing the inefficiencies in the production process, synchronizing the entire supply chain, and thereby helping you really conserve energy and optimize your energy footprint. So on one hand, we are talking about data, which is huge energy guzzler consumer, and the same AI that uses that data is actually going to put us on a path of sustainability. So I think in today's panel, we are going to discuss this at length, not at length actually. Our time has been cut down to 40 minutes. But let's start with this context. Let's start diving in straight away, and I'll go to you. Anand, you've been veteran in IT, starting the whole, you witnessed over past 3 decades, the whole evolution of rise of IT infrastructure. So what would you say in terms of data storage, how it has evolved over the years?
So I would rather say that AI has transferred how we look at data. It is not only about regular storage, what we see about it. It's about storage and performance. So in a typical manufacturing setup, we get, in case you're aware of any auto facility, we get gigabytes of data from all sensors across the plant, whether it's a weld shop, paint shop, or a assembly line. So important thing is how quickly we take the result out of data, how my data storage is that powerful, which can churn out the data in an intelligent way. I'll give an example. In a typical shop, so any automobile company has got, the birth start with the weld shop where the body is prepared. After that, the body is painted, and post that, all the components are assembled. Right. So normally, I'll take an example of a weld shop where there are various inspectors at each line who are checking whether any weld shop, whether any welded body has any dents, waviness, floppiness, and other things or not. So the quality varies with respect to your engineer. If he has got good eyesight, you will get a better quality. And if he's in good mood, he will give you a better quality. And if it is reverse, you will get a bad quality. So I had got one friend whose name was Shyam. We used to call him Pareshan. Pareshan, why? Because he was a quality supervisor. And there was a big headache for him that he used to get quality fluctuation throughout the day. I mean, in one shift, he used to get good quality, and second shift, bad quality. All because of, depending on who the quality engineer was there. So this Pareshan came to me that he wanted to have some solution. Then after much investigation and checking the feasibility, what we thought was, let's have one AI-based camera vision wherein I can scan the components and then derive a good quality job out of that. So we started this trial and then tested this model. Once this teaching was completed, we started getting a right quality. But now I was Pareshan and Shyam was happy. The reason being, the storage which we used was a normal NAS storage, and the latency was too high, and it used to get, and the output used to take some time to churn out and give the required result. So what we did is we moved to NVMe SSD-based storage setup after that. And after that, it started giving a good, faster output. So having said this, what is important is that we need to have a storage facility which must be AI enabled, which can give output at a faster rate.
Perfect. Now that's a wonderful insight. I think the explanation of on field makes it very, very compelling story. Abhijit, I have the same point to you, that how the workload is actually shaping the whole story about data storage. Yeah, quickly, we have less time. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I think to what Anand explained, let me summarize kind of that in 3 parlance when you look at storage, right? You have different variety of data. You have data coming at various volumes and various velocity, right? So you talked of sensor data, which is very high speed data, which is coming in, which has to be processed, right? And that needs a different treatment, which is why he went for NVMe based storage. Similarly, you have a lot of legacy data, which is more volume based, right? You've built companies over 100 years. Not everything is hot at the same period of time, right? So you need a different treatment for that data, right? That needs to be archived, but however, referenceable when needed. You need to refer back to data when it comes to legal compliance requirements. What went wrong, okay? So that is also very critical. Similarly, the variety side of the house, right? We are looking at from sensor data to ERP data to MES data, from a manufacturing execution system to AI/ML workloads which are running on hyperscalers, as well as bringing it back, right? So it's a very environment, and which is where the integration of data across these various environments is super critical. That is playing a big role, and I'm sure we're going to talk about security of data. But with all of this, I think the surface area of attack has got exposed, and which is what people look at. How do we best control that, right, with technologies?
Awesome. I think that's also good. I think Dhruv, you are next. We just heard Anand and also Abhijit talk about AI-enabled data management. The question is how? How do we do AI-driven data management, and what material benefits do you see when we embark on that journey?
That's a very interesting question. And before I jump to that, I think everyone should also be aware that a couple of years back, there was just a flat file type of data or a RDBMS type of data. Today, if you look, there are already more than at least 15 different types of databases which are very proprietary specific for specific purpose. Like you have a vector database, you have graph databases, you have NoSQL databases, then you have blob. So all these different types of data storage technologies are there, which are now very emergent. And they emerge from their open source, and then they get into your enterprise fields. The point what I am trying to say, when it comes to enterprise data management, it is utmost important that you first realize that what is the data type and how do you plan to store it, and what are its needs, and is it a possible thing that it would be a contender to train an AI model. So data has a whole lot journey. It is not just storage and retrieval, how it is being used, what is its life cycle, how long you keep it, cold storage, hot storage. So a whole structure needs to be established into the enterprise and see. In the context of my enterprise, I already have ERP database, I have time series database, I have this computer vision storage database, I have then data lake storage, then we have vector databases, then we have model databases. So there's a whole lot of options out there. So one needs to be very much cognizant in how you are managing this thing. Then you have the functional aspect, the medallion architecture, bronze layer, silver layer, gold layer, their life cycle, and then the 4V. I think it gets more and more complicated the more we speak. But the point takeaway is that it is very much important to identify what is the data, what would be its life cycle, and what is the best technology you are putting into use so that it gives you a business value.
Wonderful. Thank you. I think that's also good. I thought for once we are getting into a IT master class here, but nevertheless, Ravi, you are also automobile industry veteran. You've seen just like Anand from close quarters, right from factory shop floor, rise of data. And now we heard about data management. Obviously, all this requires some smart tools and smart controls to be able to get the ultimate output that we want, which is a product which is unparalleled in quality, wastage that is minimized, energy that is low, and at the same time, health, safety, environment practices compliant. What would those smart tools and controls be, if you can share some perspective?
Okay, first of all, thanks to the Manufacturing Today group for giving us an opportunity to share our thoughts over here. So it has been it is a great initiative where, we have all the IT support, organizations also present here, and with views of all, we can, go to the path of progress. See, I come from a manufacturing background, and over the last more than 30 years, I've seen manufacturing systems evolving from purely mechanical ones to gradually going to the first digital ones, then to IoT, now AI, Industry 4.0. So everything is getting integrated step-by-step approach. If you see manufacturing used to be, and I come from an agricultural equipment manufacturing industry. So anybody few years back must never have thought that an agricultural equipment manufacturing industry, manufacturing tractors, which are purely mechanical, done for rock jobs usually on the field, will need a data management initiative. But over the years, how we have evolved, the entire manufacturing shop floor is actually divided into 3 categories. One is the incoming, when we have the incoming materials coming into the shop floor. Then there is an in process where we are building the manufacturing. Then there is the outgoing product. We have gradually had been upgrading ourselves where the data, amount of data getting generated is enormous. But when we talk of transformation from manufacturing to smart manufacturing, it implies we are going to build efficiency into the system. When we say efficiency, this implies we need to work on real-time basis feedback, one thing, and we need to be predictive, more and more predictive, so that we minimize our losses. Now, for doing that, I have seen evolution. We have generated enormous amount of data, that is true. But who is managing that data? Actually, the workforce, whom we are depending upon, the key workforce. Even today, if you see, we have in our industries more than 50% in some cases which are floating workforce, which actually are not so much competent to work in this kind of a data-driven industry. Now, the key point of control lies there. When we talk about anything in manufacturing, it starts from man. Manufacturing itself starts from man.
Very well.
So
true.
When we talk about man, unfortunately, we have very less education system as of now, which is giving these kind of inputs for industry-oriented people who need to actually work on the ground. The person who is working on the machine, through whom we are expecting some data to be generated, what kind of education he is having. So what the basic challenge, what we are finding it during this evolution, is the competency of people who are working at the first foremost machine level. We talk about CNC machines. CNC machines have evolved over a period of time, lot of upgradation, lot of safety features, but then who is operating them?
Right. So we are going to come back to the people element in a minute. But let me just quickly go to Mansi. Normally, there is a practice of starting with a lady first. And I thank you for your patience that we are coming to you last. But I thought it's the information security that has the last word. This can be done, this can't be done, and period, end of story. So you've been a CSIO and now also a CIO of one of the major auto ancillary, Apollo auto ancillary, tire manufacturer. So how do you see this whole business of information security? Because people talk about data, but conveniently forget the security and intellectual property business. So if you can quickly shed some light.
Yeah, so I would definitely agree with him and with you that security always is an afterthought, but I think now the times have changed. Now I think the manufacturer, my manufacturing head comes to me and tells me, Mansi, what is the security plan? So, the tables have turned now.
This is going.
Yeah, because we are moving to cloud. They are also very worried that, a lot of attacks are happening on manufacturing. Even we have seen that last year, there was a study which said that manufacturing units are the top 2 most targeted industries in the world. And of course, like Apollo and others all sitting here are very, big manufacturing unit. State-funded attacks are also something which is very common. So I would just, give 2 cents to it that one, security by design is something very important. So we have the thing which we have inculcated is one, we have created a AI ethics body. So if anything new needs to happen, it has to go through the AI ethics body so that the privacy as well as, the critical data of manufacturing is secure, that where are we taking that data? That is very important so that people understand. Second is, of course, that, what are your access controls you're putting in, which is very important, that who has access to what. And third, of course, which is very main, as sir rightly said, how are we educating the people? So education, I think, is very important. And how we are doing it in our shop floors is that we show them simulated attacks. That they say, oh, I'm just a shop floor worker. I'm just entering something, mera password leak ho gaya, so what will happen? But we show them that, see, one password leakage can even lead to a complete factory shutdown. So that has really helped us to take things forward. Yeah.
Perfect. No, sounds good. I mean, so true that, the awareness about information security, and sometimes it comes as a result of some setbacks. But nevertheless, we got to look at the silver lining, and that's where I think information security and data privacy comes into play. But look, I'm going to make good of having come to you last in the first round by starting with you in the second round. So, during the COVID, there was so much trend that we saw of work from home. Now, I know for manufacturing sector, it did not fit like a hand in glove like it fitted some of the other industries. But still, a few years down the line, we still have hybrid model of working, some remote work functioning in some other sectors, working from home or from co-shared workplaces. So this concern about data security, information security, unethical hacking, all this continues to play on the minds, because just as the technology is evolving on one side, the other side, people are also getting smarter. So just how do we address this whole business of remote working?
Yeah, I think in manufacturing, it was very difficult from 0 work from home to 100% work from home sometime when COVID had happened. So I would say that people, process, and technology, these three things, again, we need to, really inbuilt. One is that what we have also implemented is hybrid working. So cloud has become our strategic partner there, I would say. So with the storage which has gone to the cloud, and then what we have done is that critical data, let it stay on-prem, but rest, data analytics, reporting, everything goes to the cloud, so that a collaboration between geographies, because we all being large manufacturing setups, we need people, suppliers coming from across the world. So they can use the cloud leverage and, really work securely with all the guardrails in place. Second, I think one of the gentlemen here already said the SASE way. So we have gone the SASE way. So what that means is that you can connect from anywhere using even BYOD devices in a very, very secure way. So what it does it from ancient VPNs, when only one-time access was done, it continuously keeps on inspecting the traffic. So if there is any malicious thing which just comes in, it just blocks it. So in manufacturing, a lot of third-party people come and work on our SCADA machines and a lot of it. So SASE is the way that, you bring them in using SASE. So that is the second thing which is very important for remote working. And third, of course, education, which I think someone else will also talk about. But people need to understand that, what is allowed, what is not allowed in terms of policies, in terms of education, and unknowingly what they can do. So that really helps us, yeah.
Brilliant. I think this is something which holds good for most companies. And I think going from this end to that end, Dhruv, you've been always talking about the trade-offs between cloud-based storage and on-premise storage. Horses for courses is the strategy that I think Mansi was advocating. What's your experience? What actually should company do when it comes to data storage practices?
I think taking a decision between on-prem and cloud, it's a very tricky and subjective decision that how your data is being used. At least what I have seen for data which is generated and immediately put into use by the local geography, that we have as a principal bait, it should reside over there. Whereas the data which could go beyond those set of users, maybe for all of enterprises like our ERPs, which is for the commonalities, and they need a very high level of resilience and high availability. We depend upon the cloud infrastructure. So I think it depends on how the data needs to be available, how the data needs to be stored and accessed. These are the three dimensions we principally apply to filter out that this should go on-prem or into a cloud storage. For certain of our solutions, we are also using hybrid, where the data is available also on-prem and in a continuous sync with the cloud. Because manufacturing setups are generally very remote. You do not get very high, consistent 365 days, 24/7 of bandwidth. So at times, when the systems are mission critical, how do you address those resiliency? So for those type of things, we have a hybrid systems which keeps us sync between on-prem and the cloud.
Okay, that's also good. I mean, so generally there seems to be building some consensus over the hybrid methodology of data storage. That actually brings me to you, Abhijit. I think Mansi spoke about putting in place some checks and balances, some policies, some frameworks to make sure that there is no room for hacking or no room for data pilferage or data leakage. So would you a little bit throw light on what these considerations are?
Yeah, and this angle could vary from, and if you look at it from various perspectives, right? First is users, right? And I think Mansi alluded to that. This could be intentional, it could be unintentional. It could be like password compromises or intervention from outside. And you need to find a way in terms of how you can protect through multi-admin verification, encryption, all of that. How do you protect the credentials of your employees, right? Second, I think it is globally, most organizations from a security perspective would follow an NIST framework, right? Which is identify, detect, protect, and finally recover, right? So if you can build your capabilities around each of these pillars, okay, early identification will lead to less pilferage of virus or ransomware into your organization. Similarly, how quickly you can detect, what kind of algorithms you can build in, and we are doing all of that with our storage solutions. But I'm not here advocating my company here, but I'm saying generally speaking, that's what people are aiming to do. Similarly, you would have protection mechanisms built into the data set, right? Which could be from a simple snapshot, which is a copy of the data, or disaster recovery. And today people are also talking about creating a cyber vault, right? Because anything that you set up from a recovery perspective, generally you will have a way of synchronizing the data. But having data security from a ransomware protection is a very reverse philosophy where you don't want data to be synchronized real time, because then your ransomware will also get percolated, right? So how do you create a cyber vault environment is also very critical. And finally, if things go wrong, how quickly can you come back? Can business suffer a day's downtime?
How quickly you get back
downtime? Yeah, that is also very critical.
That's also very. No, I think that's very insightful. Ravi, I intervened when you were touching the people element because I have a specific question on that. Earlier this month, I wrote an article in newspaper talking about dark factories, lights out factories. Now, these are the factories where the raw material comes in on one side at the premise and the finished goods leave on the other side with minimum or no intervention of human beings in between. Such dark factories are actually existing today, whether it is Adidas, Tesla, whether it is Xiaomi, or many other companies. This brings to this big debate about man versus machine. And I think there is a lot of discussion on, you keep talking about smart factories, about how will people lose their jobs and what kind of impact it will have on unemployment. And on the other hand, there is also a discussion that there will be new types of jobs that will get created. But I think I'm going to pick up that point that you mentioned. Do we have adequate skilled manpower available, pan industry cutting across demographies to be able to handle these smart factories?
As of now, the answer is no, a big no.
And you would like to tell us
Yes,
what should be done?
Now, actually, what we are doing, I'll just share what we are doing actually. We are having, like in a manufacturing process setup, we are already having more than 500 number of manufacturing process stations. What we are doing, we have identified certain stations. As an industry, what we are doing, I'll just tell you. We have identified stations which are IT-enabled stations, which specifically need those IT needs. For those stations, work process stations, we have, when we deploy certain manpower onto that particular station, we are giving a particular module course training to the people, very basic, to make him understand how the operation works and how he has to intervene or not intervene in case of any kind of IT issues. This is the one from our part. And I think this has to be a very, very holistic approach. There should be industry-oriented, specific, training modules which we can work upon, easy to work upon. Of course, AI is going to displace jobs. It is going to happen, and it is happening gradually. If you, as of now, you go to any kind of big app, customer care, an AI-generated, chat box will open up, which is having no emotions, no CRM, nothing. He will just answer what is the standard question. So for that purpose, that is going to enlarge. These activities are going to much enlarge beyond our imagination. For that purpose, but we need to educate our people, give some specific training. This cannot be done, only by educational institutions. This is to be done by the industry, because every industry is having its specific needs. I tell you, I worked with a Toyota company in the start of my career. A welder, what they deploy in Japan, a welder in Denso Corporation, what they deploy in Japan at the age of 18 years. He is enrolled for a welding course at the age of 14 years. 4 years he is given training only at particular kind of welding, which he is supposed to perform when he gains the age of 18. So it is right from the very beginning, he is trained in that way to work on those particular kind of processes. And that gradually evolves over a period of time.
Correct.
So this is the learning I think we can take from them. They have been much ahead of us.
No, I think this is a brilliant thought that you need all hands on the deck.
Yes.
You need a concerted effort. And we are all students of WhatsApp University. And I read somewhere that in Singapore, they are going to make it mandatory that people at the mid stage of the career have to go back to school and study the courses on AI.
They must.
So I think
we are
some
evolving
kind
so
of,
fast that it cannot, one education cannot give us a lifetime.
Sure. No, I agree. So this is a very important part and very exciting too. We can perhaps go on and on. But look, Anand, I started with you and I'm giving you the privilege of having a last word. And there is a reason for that, because you talk very passionately about sustainability. So all said and done, we discuss technological advancement, we discuss strategies, we discuss ring fencing measures, we discuss technology, hardware, whatnot. End of the day, the question comes whether all this is sustainable or no. And how do we make it more sustainable? I mean, the answer is not yes, no. How do we move towards a path of sustainability, which is actually about striking a fine balance between people, planet, profit? Some thoughts on that.
Sustainability is central to whatever decision I take. Even if I procure any hardware, for example, you have to procure laptops or anything, I ensure that we have got a recyclable ocean plastic, which we use. Having said this, I had got 2 legacy data centers. Both were power guzzling data centers, I would rather say. If you try to rate them, I would rate them at 1 star compared to our 5-star rating currently we have. I used to get sarcastic comment like, are you running a movie theater? You're consuming so much power. So what I did is that I consolidated these 2 data centers into one. Ensure that whatever infrastructure I'm using a liquid cooling so that I can reduce the power. To have a sustainability in place, I use a solar power so that my net reduction in power was close to 60 to 70% compared to 2 data centers combined to 1. So having said this, from IT side, whatever decision we take, we need to ensure that we have got a good sustainable infrastructure available with us.
Brilliant. I think that's good. I think we are just about towards the closure, but I would like to take a quick wrap of what we discussed. So basically the panel is united in stating that we need to build a future-proof data storage capabilities, which will ensure that the data storage doesn't become a hindrance in the growth path. While using different technologies, we also deliberated that different strategies need to come into the play, whether it is about a cloud-based storage or on-premise storage. We also factored in the human element in terms of how do we ready people to go to the next level of growth. We also talk about the whole business of sustainability that needs to be at the center point, and not to forget the important consideration about data security, information security, data privacy, and whatnot. The topic is very exciting. We could have gone on and on, but we had promised Sujata that we will keep our time. I think I see the clock. We are 11 minutes ahead of time. I don't know whether she allows a question or two, if at all, from the audience. But if you're already running late, we are happy to network over lunch, as Anand was just suggesting. But in the closure, I do want to acknowledge great efforts of ITP Media Manufacturing Today team in putting this splendid program, getting all the thought leaders around the table, all the sponsors, my eminent panelists, and thank you all, very understanding and mature audience. Thank you. It was wonderful discussing this topic with you. I don't know. I did not get any yes, no answer from the boss. She's hiding. Yes or no?
So yes, if there are any questions, right?
There is an overriding person there, so she allows one.
But
You seem
we
to
are
be the
allowing
lucky one.
But we have the networking session as well.
You are the lucky one. She just allowed you to speak. So
You will appreciate that for our industry, product design and the process design becomes very vital, and we will not like it to go out. So how confident are you with all this AI coming in, all the connected factories, many data in the cloud? How confident are you that this particular design is there? We will not get your design.
No, sir, thank you for the question.
Yeah.
I think, again, I would say that I'm confident that if we have right people, process, and technology in place, and you put these controls over masses, but then on specific cases, you put different controls. So that is what I have taken. We can discuss offline. Maybe we can both share some ideas. So for R&D specifically, I have done some other things also, which I didn't discuss here. So we can, of course, discuss it, that what are the all these three pillars, what all we have done to ensure that data is secure.
Thank you. Thank you.
All yours.
Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for our moderator and our panelists? Thank you so much for your time. So I would request Sumit Sadishan and Head Enterprise Solution Consulting India, TP Link, and Riva Singh, Group Editor, ITP Media India, to felicitate our panel members, requesting both of you to please join me here. One by one. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Thank you so much. Next, we have Ravi Kundra. Can we have a round of applause as we felicitate him here on the dais? Next, we have Abhijit. Next, we have Anand Deodhar. We'll go ahead and take this moment to felicitate our moderator today. Please join us. Such an insightful session. Can we have a round of applause, everyone, for Dr. Ravindra Udkikar? Can I have a group photo of everyone, please, on the dais? Yes, with it, please. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. And without further ado, we break for lunch now. And requesting all of you to please join us back here in 30 minutes. We have 2 more panel discussions after the lunch break. Thank you. Once again, requesting all of you to please be back by 2:35. We have 2 more panel discussions after the lunch.
Accessing your data should be simple and silo-free. Think any data, any place. It all starts with an intelligent data infrastructure. NetApp can help you build it.
Disruption almost feels too small to describe all the changes we faced. But amazingly, we humans always find a way to rise to the moment and move forward. And at NetApp, helping you turn disruption into opportunity is what we do with you by making your data infrastructure intelligent. It's built on unified data storage, reimagined to let you store any data across any environment. Integrated data services, which help you protect, govern, and get more value out of your data. And cloud app solutions, which enable you to work faster and more efficiently with intelligence. Others might try to convince you their same old storage will meet your next era needs. But this moment demands so much more. We make your data infrastructure more seamless, secure, sustainable, and high-performing than ever before. So whatever your opportunity, whatever the moment, we can rise to meet it together. NetApp.
I'm sure.
Now back to the basics. We just keep it ain't moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces. Ain't no stopping us now, we control it with aces. Now top your laces. Ain't no tripping, we living this, giving the chasers. Now turn up the faces. We keep living this rhythm, we got the faces. We never gonna stop it. Killing them.
Link, founded in 1996, has become a leading global provider of consumer enterprise ISP networking, surveillance, and consumer electronics. TP-Link consumer network products are well-renowned, being the #1 Wi-Fi products provider and #1 in customer satisfaction. TP-Link is also a first-class enterprise network provider, with Omada and VG, providing a one-stop solution for enterprise networking, surveillance, and intelligence. Under the Aginet flagship, TP-Link delivers comprehensive advanced access solutions for service providers and their consumers.
Requesting everyone to please settle down. We'll be starting in the next few minutes. Requesting everyone to please settle down. We'll be starting in the next few minutes. Thank you.
Accessing your data should be simple and silo-free. Think any data, any place. It all starts with an intelligent data infrastructure. NetApp can help you build it.
Disruption almost feels too small to describe all the changes we faced. But amazingly, we humans always find a way to rise to the moment and move forward. And at NetApp, helping you turn disruption into opportunity is what we do with you by making your data infrastructure intelligent. It's built on unified data storage, reimagined to let you store any data across any environment. Integrated data services, which help you protect, govern, and get more value out of your data. And cloud app solutions, which enable you to work faster and more efficiently with intelligence. Others might try to convince you their same old storage will meet your next era needs. But this moment demands so much more. We make your data infrastructure more seamless, secure, sustainable, and high-performing than ever before. So whatever your opportunity, whatever the moment, we can rise to meet it together. NetApp.
Now back to the basics. We just keep it moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces. Ain't no stopping us now, we control it with aces. Now top your laces. Ain't no tripping, we living is giving the chase. Now turn up the faces.
TP-Link, founded in 1996, has become a leading global provider of consumer enterprise ISP networking, surveillance, and consumer electronics. TP-Link consumer network products are well-renowned, being the #1 Wi-Fi products provider and #1 in customer satisfaction. TP-Link is also a first-class enterprise network provider, with Omada and VG, providing a one-stop solution for enterprise networking, surveillance, and intelligence. Under the Aginet flagship, TP-Link delivers comprehensive advanced access solutions for service providers and their consumers. Tapo and Casa, consumer electronic brands, operate in lighting, sensor, and 13 other markets with focus on home security cameras and consumer robotics. TP-Link maintains independent R&D, independent manufacturing, and independent marketing. There is a number of TP-Link R&D centers around the world, with over 3,500 R&D engineers and over 100 labs covering 6,000 square meters. Rigorous testing standards and comprehensive testing procedures guarantee reliable products delivered to users. TP-Link is one of the world's largest network and communication equipment manufacturers. TP-Link maintains building production bases all over the world, including Brazil, Vietnam, and more, 71 SMT production lines, and CNC machining accuracy to 0.005 of a millimeter. Products are sold in over 170 countries and regions. TP-Link has built 23 call centers globally. Pursue excellence and explore possibilities.
Once again, requesting
TP-Link
everyone to please settle down. We're starting within the next 2 minutes. Thank you.
Artificial intelligence, big data, digital twins, cloud computing, machine learning, and more. TP-Link is committed to creating reliable products and technologies to make life better in harmony with the planet. TP-Link.
Okay, so with that, good afternoon, everyone. And once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. I'm sure we all are refreshed and recharged as we now gear up for two panel discussions that we have. So let's dive into the third panel discussion of the day, the CTO panel. The topic of this panel discussion is protecting critical infrastructure in a connected era, standing up to the cyber risk in operational technology. To discuss this topic, we have K.A. Unni Nair, Head of Manufacturing, JK Tyre and Industries Limited, Bipin Lokegaonkar, General Manager, OT Security and Cloud Security, Tata Communications, Rajiv Pandey, VP Corporate IT, Tata Motors, Girish Rao, Head, IT, Birla Opus Paints, Dr. Ravindra Udgikar, Vice President and SBU Head, Willow Mather, and the session will be moderated by Santosh Tavari, partner, EY Parthenon. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, everyone, as they join us here on the dais? And with that, I hand it over to you, Santosh.
So I do have the unenviable task of conducting a panel discussion just after a lunch session and making sure that, making sense that everybody is still awake. And I will try to make sure that in our questions, we do ask some things. So the people who are very well fed after a good lunch there do open that task. Guys, before we start, there is few kind of just to set the baseline for it. Critical infrastructure into a connected era. And as a common definition, I think we will all agree that apart from the physical infrastructures, which we talk about into this era, people, one of the most important part of this will also be considered as a part of the critical infrastructure. And what we will be doing into the next 1 hour is essentially taking up a combination of infrastructures, the security part of it, the data privacy, and how exactly all of these parts get impacted. So just to start with, Dr. Ravindra, if I'm allowed to kind of start with you, right? Want to handle first the most, call it the biggest elephant in the room, AI and jobs, right? AI
Absolutely.
comes, we lose the jobs, right? Starting from there, what do you think is when we talk about the jobs part of it, right? Is this common fear that AI comes in, jobs disappear, things start getting impacted? How true is that? Or does it help?
I think that's a brilliant question because I think it connects just about everyone, right? So let's to just put it in perspective. Today, share of manufacturing to the Indian GDP is just about 17%. The government of India has taken up lots of measures like Make in India, performance links incentive, and has ambitious plan to raise it to 25% by the centenary year. And we all know that, post-independence, India rapidly became manufacturing economy from agricultural economy. Eventually, post the internet era and all, we have become a service economy. A service share is about 40-odd%. But if you again go back to the manufacturing sector and employment, we employ around 11% of the labor in India today. Some more statistics. The recent report of United Nations said that India at 1.46 billion is the most populous nation.
Yep.
If you look at the working class population between age group 15 to 65, we have about 950 million people. So we have a huge responsibility to create meaningful employment for these people. Now, on one hand, we want to be manufacturing competitive in the global manufacturing sector, which means the imperative is automation, is digitalization, is AI-driven systems. At the same time, these are, we have to walk a fine balance. We have to strike a fine balance between avoiding the mass disruptions it may have in the manufacturing sector. What this means that we need to do skilling, reskilling, learning, unlearning, creating much needed awareness about the digital technologies, whether it is starting with industry 4.0 going to 5.0, which is coexistence of man and machine, talking about automation, digital twinning, quantum computing, and some of these technologies we will deploy for smart manufacturing. Now, how do we achieve that? We got to go back to the drawing board, ensure that our workforce becomes cognizant. And there are several measures. In the earlier panel, we spoke about we need all hands on the deck approach. So we can't sit there thinking that machines are coming, jobs are going, the trend of automation is irreversible, AI is here to stay, and we just watch the challenges come and kind of sink us. So we got to take some proactive steps about changing the pedagogy of our education, going back to school, industries, institutions, individuals, and also society. There has to be much need for creating awareness about the digital technology advancement and its application. So in other words, job which were traditional in nature will certainly go away. It's writing on a wall. We don't have to wait till that happens. We can't also expect government to ring fence automation to protect jobs, because you want the manufacturing industry to be competitive. You want to take it to 25% to create more jobs. So it's a classical dilemma that we all have. There is no silver bullet that we will have a future ready workforce. We know the problems, we know the solutions. The need of the hour is action. And that action has to be taken by all stakeholders around the table. And I think to that extent, some efforts are also on.
As soon as you said all stakeholders around the table, so just to mix it up with all of you, and you do represent into this panel, quite a varied set of the people coming from the different sectors into that one, right? Will be good to know, because look, one thing is sure, this will change the job profiles. This will introduce new things, right? Anyone into the panels, right? What would be good to know? Any thoughts, right? Where exactly you see that what could be the new pathways for the people? What could be the changes into that one? And it would be great if you can get some examples, ideas in the terms of what you are doing into your respective organizations for this kind of a changes, right? Anybody in the panel, please, all of that, even better.
And I've been in this industry for a very long period.
Right.
So the competency of the certain people, the measure has changed now.
Yeah.
With AI coming in, many times the competency which we assume, presume, or you are having, now many things can be done by AI. So if you are good, you should learn something more, something different, and start doing the things a little differently. So one area where I see is people should start becoming multi-skilled now, not remaining on their core.
Yeah.
Their core might be their base, but their spread has to be much more.
Makes sense. Anybody?
Yeah, sure. 2 points. Point number one is how we prepare ourselves to counter the digital divide. As Doctor said eloquently, fundamentally the numbers are with us. But do we have population where the AI is pervasive? If you look at the urban side, answer is yes. And those who are consuming mobile phone content, etc., maybe unknowingly they are consuming it. But going back to the larger question about the job in the future, is that how do we look at, cover this digital divide amongst the current employee set and also future employee set? And the way it is evolving, if you look at the post-COVID scenario itself, all started by board paper
published by Google. And from there, your OpenAI large language model came in, then mixture of experts, architecture
Yep.
with a DeepSeek through a totally different dimension altogether. And if we extrapolate further with agentics and many conversations are happening, I think the key element in my mind is to keep pace with the both current and the future workforce, which is going to come into picture. And second is the AI is all about productivity.
Yeah.
And what we need to see in terms of how we can transform our existing processes to a different level. And in that case, reskilling is definitely important. I think relocation or reallocation
Yeah.
and deciding how the current way would be done in a new way would be extremely critical.
What I feel is that like any other technology adoption in the past, okay, AI is nothing new, okay.
Yep.
So there has to be a pathway
Right.
from where we are and where we want to go, okay. Now, as technology matures, like before, let us say ChatGPT, democratized AI. AI was existing in the past in the realms of, science, statistics, and all those things which were there.
Yep.
But ChatGPT democratized it. So similarly, as technology gets democratized and as people get educated, the adoption will move on, and the new generation, as they are coming in, they will be born with all these tools in hand on day one. So that change management issue will not be there as what we're talking today of loss of jobs and things like that. So our mindset, I think, from a stakeholder perspective is to that, how do we ensure that these are used for ethical practices?
Yep.
Okay, like in the morning, Burgess Cooper was talking about cyber for AI and AI for cyber,
Yeah.
So those are the critical aspects that we need to take care of, because any technology can be used, abused, or misused. Okay.
Yep.
So the question is, how do we ensure that we use it for the right purpose,
Hmm.
towards the right goal?
Yep.
Okay, and drive benefits from using that technology. Okay. The other part of artificial intelligence, which I feel, is that there will be a journey to be covered. Right now, it is more of using just tools for your personal.
Sure.
Not soon, it's already happening. Okay, how do I make it assisted? Like I was the other day looking at how AI is being used to read the X-rays. Okay, and the engine is able to tell you almost at 80% this thing, that accuracy, that what could be the disease even before the doctor sees it. But again, it can be risky also, because for all that, the model might actually give you a wrong answer, because that 20% which is there could be make or break for somebody who's reading that report. So right now we are in a situation where we still have to use AI not for final decision making, but to aid in decision making. I think if that is taken care of, I think we are on the right path, okay,
Sure.
for adoption of AI.
Absolutely.
So, there is a clear, so your question was, what are we doing about it?
Absolutely.
So at Willow, Mather and Platt, as a German multinational, we have a clear three-pronged strategy. One is digitization, which means convert all the data into digital format.
Right.
Then digitalization, which means you adopt, harness all the new state-of-the-art and emerging digital tools, softwares, systems into the process, and then go for digital transformation, which is the next level. All this is possible if you radically improve your digital literacy. And for that, we are encouraging employees to take up courses on MOOC, Khan Academy, Coursera, distant learning programs. There are practical workshops. There are some live projects. There are some pilots which are being run on, because you can't generally straightway do it till you see the market readiness. So that's generally my answer. Three-pronged strategy.
Perfect. Devin, you want to add anything before I move?
So coming to my domain of work, right, in cybersecurity.
Sure.
Now, as he rightly said, what ChatGPT has done is commercialize AI.
Yeah.
But then if you look at the cyber industry, we have been using AI for quite a
Ages.
while now.
Yeah.
So be it our automation playbooks, which are being automated these days using AI. And when I say these days, it's not about last couple of years. It's more than that.
Yeah.
And be it the way you're tracking your vulnerabilities.
Right.
So your workforce would now need to be aligned with how the latest development that is happening in AI. Simply because the attacker or the hacker who is going to be barging into your system is now using AI services to
Yep.
design services like ransomware as a service, which is again a classical SaaS-based platform kind of service offered on dark web in order to barge into your systems, right? So the workforce would need to be trained for that, and that's what is going to be the near future, where we see this constant interaction between blue hat person and a gray hat person.
Yeah. Good that you bring out that, because if there's a very straight segue from this point onwards into, you're talking about quite a lot of digitization, you're talking about quite a lot of workforce who will be doing what they have not done till now, training and other parts into that one. More dependency upon the algorithms, more dependency upon this. Now this immediately raised the part of data privacy, right? When we start talking, and this has got, in my view, and I'm happy to be corrected here, but this has got a very wider perspective, right? Data privacy, bias into that algorithms, how it exactly is getting trained, utilizing that bias into manufacturing decisions, product modeling decisions. Where do you see the risks coming from? Sorry, I'm painting a doom and gloom picture here, but nonetheless, I want to kind of hear where exactly is the risks with the whole data privacy part of it. Cybersecurity is one component, but I want to say, as this data moves automatic, what happens?
I think we have only two choices, either to adopt or to perish. Okay. So the choice is ours.
Yeah.
Okay. We can always, as you said, create a gloomy picture of it and do nothing about it, or create opportunities. Like in the ABG group, what we have done is that we have created a solution which actually backend uses OpenAI model only, but also for a lack of a better term, I would say a wrapper, okay, which ensures that whatever your company related private information is not going out to the, which is not available in that sense to the OpenAI platform. So you're leveraging the tool, but at the same time, your data privacy is protected. I mean, as these fears are being spoken about, the technologies will evolve in order to address those challenges. I think there is nothing to be really worried about it too much. But again, this is a path and a journey. And I mean, there have to be people who will voice concerns, and there have to be people who will have address those challenges and create solutions around it.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's the moot point, if you ask me. And not adopting is not an answer. So that's the way I look at it.
Sure. Anybody else wants to add into that?
Yeah, this bias, according to me, is mainly coming from incomplete or skewed data.
Right.
We do have a 24/7 manufacturing. So many times what we see that the major data has come from single machines or single operations or single shifts. And one classic case we had is where we do visual inspection of the product, and we used AI for that. One bias we left was that sometimes the inspection is done during daytime and sometimes it is done during the artificial lights.
Okay.
And with this, the whole things, there is a change in that.
Right.
So we have to become a little bit more to the AI, we give a proper inputs so that it reflects that. Otherwise, we generally feel that AI has not given the correct data, but it makes difference. So this bias will have to be corrected by having independent teams for AI working, not just that core function team working on that.
Yeah. Vipin, you want to add anything?
So see, again, adopting an AI is not an option now. I will give you an example. So we were working with this prominent European car manufacturer.
Right.
So if you have bought a car about a decade or two back, a single model of a car used to offer 2 or 3 colors, right? At the most 4. Now this manufacturer had a technology by which they used to offer any color which a customer wants. I mean, you can even walk in with your purse and ask the manufacturer to match the color. The background of it was, of course, a technology that was leveraging some aspects of AI.
Yeah.
That was even governing the robotic arms that are getting controlled in your environment to do the paint shop into the paint book, leveraging everything that comes in between, be it your PLCs, your SCADAs, and everything.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to make here is that AI is no longer an option.
Right.
Because of the competitiveness of the market.
Yeah.
We will have to go for it. And that brings, n number of risk, right? Most of these AI models consume data.
Right.
So if I'm adding pigments to my color in color manufacturing, and that's something proprietary.
Sure.
Now this AI models leverage that
Right.
to determine, new shade of color. So that penetration of how your data models work, right? What kind of data is getting exported on internet or onto providers cloud or onto wherever the hosting platform would be. That
Sure.
itself is a challenge for most of the industries.
Mhm.
And rest, of course, right? Data poisoning is again one of the common
course.
challenge which has been
Yeah.
facing.
So, Bipin, thanks for that. And Rajiv sir, just to come to the next part of it, and I will pull the thread a little bit longer. There are two parts of the security and the privacy. One is a touchy topic of compliance regulations, right? I'd love to get some comments upon the regulations and where do you see that is going, and specifically for the businesses like you who are working across the countries, where every country is a variable level of regulations into that one. And then the next part, which usually gets a little bit more defined by culture, is ethics part of it. I'm going to take a call on the data. I'm going to take a call on the manufacturing based upon what is an ethical considerations, which might be very cultural to that one, right? Any thoughts on that?
It's a profound and in the relevant industry as well, because some point of time we'll be also venturing into autonomous driving. So the decision need to make, suppose you are driving a car.
Ji.
Yeah, and car is driven autonomously. And there's a human and there's a, your wall
Mhm.
where the car should go. And suppose the human happens to be your kin.
Ji.
What again car should do?
Right.
So it's not the today's world. I think the dilemma of AI has been there for the many years.
Yeah.
And look at the AI you want to divide into. So one is narrow AI,
Yeah.
where the bias can impact, but most of the time these AIs are biased AI only. For example, inspection, vision inspection.
Mhm.
It's a totally narrow, fundamental, specific to a work task, where you're focusing and you're creating data about it and learning from there. So there's a, large language model, call it generative AI. And, general AI, I don't want to go because still time is there, but in between there's a hybrid AI.
Of course.
What many scientists are experimenting with, if we lift the narrow AI to the generative AI, what kind of impact will happen? Now, silver color versus sun ray, it's a dilemma for the AI itself.
Yep.
It doesn't know. The red shade and the crimson red shade, again, if not trained. So it's a function of data. So you raised 2-3 questions fundamentally around one, the biases.
Yeah.
Second, regulation. And third, ethics.
Yeah.
Look, biases where I see, as far as my wisdom goes, bias is going to stay there. And we should not mind. When Google definitely going to promote Google product, and any specific brand. I'm just taking Google as an example, but any specific brand going to promote. So bias is going to be there. It's a good bias, not so good bias. It's a question again we have to answer. As long as it is not impacting the personal privacy and safety, and you can call it the ethics as well, but ethics again, it's a flexible ethics, right? I mean, from the what you sell,
yeah,
depending upon that. But as long as it's not touching these aspects and we are able to ring fence it appropriately, then I believe that the industry is going to be okay with that. Coming back to, again, the regulations, that's where regulation becomes very critical. And it's not that, it is not getting, evolved. Many things are happening. I mean, automotive is a highly regulated industry itself. Recently, ISO 149, 150 rule has been passed many months, from now will be applicable where vehicle would be monitored centrally, and so it's OEM responsibility to provide what goes in, what comes out, where the locations, it's a real-time detail, etc. AS 140, all of you are aware, post Nirbhaya, this has been implemented. So regulation is going to play important, already playing in some nook and corner, is going to play extremely critical role, the way we want to shape. I think the larger question is that how we govern AI across ourselves, our companies, and in the country itself. How do we govern AI? Do we have a governance framework around it? One. And second, is it evolving? I'm sure you've read about, there was a recent leak on Eco Leak. Eco Leak was surfaced 11th of this month. And the leak was very interesting leak where, this Copilot, Microsoft Copilot, had the back door. So if you have a paid version of Copilot, you'll see the work and web, right? 2 tabs. I haven't seen the code, by the way, but what I read, this EcoSeek had the access to your work-related items. Nothing was breached, nothing was leaked. Microsoft could able to apply the patch from the back end, and it was saved. But the fact of the matter is that how it is getting governed. Yeah. And what are the critical aspects of this piece are being made public. And last but not the least, when we consume AI, you go by, let's say, OpenAI, ChatGPT, etc. Do you really know what are the algorithms and framework behind it, which is running? This is a totally black box. What goes in, what comes out, there's a huge gap. You don't have transparency at all in that aspect. So these are the critical factors in my mind. I think from the governance and compliance point of view, regulatory is going to definitely kick in. The larger question is how we govern AI. Going to be extremely critical.
Absolutely. So, no, that's perfectly fine. Bipin, this one thing just to take it further into that one. Now, as we heard that there are regulations which are still in the process of forming, right? The biggest challenge which throws at you is adoption. What do I adopt? What do I secure against? What do I protect against into that one? So if I take this factor into account and then all the previous topics we have discussed, new people coming in, security, integrity into that one, what can an organization do to essentially make sure that it doesn't get left behind, but at the same point of time, it is also conscious of the regulations and other things coming into the picture?
So I'll just go first and then
go for it.
I think, again, adoption is not a choice. Okay, so we have to adopt. Now, what I feel is that it's better you adopt in non-business critically. I'm now talking from an organization context. You can always adopt these things in non-business critical areas, create the culture around it, and then probably, you can take it a little bit, stretch the, the arena or the scenarios to a little bit more business critical until the time you get the confidence that you can actually use this kind of technologies in mission critical applications. Because the whole thing of adoption is that the fear of adoption. Okay. Now, if that has to be overcome, okay, you have to start in areas or places where people don't fear about that adoption. And those are, simple things like using AI tools, productivity tools. Even if it gives a wrong answer or biased answer or whatever it is, you still have an overriding control over it. Okay. But slowly that dependency starts. And once the dependency starts, the culture, the belief, and the trust on that system, gets developed. And once that happens, I think the larger adoption for business objectives is a natural progression, if I would say. So I think that's the path I feel could be.
It's almost like balancing the fear of missing out versus the fear of deployment.
Yeah.
You have to kind of take a part.
It's a very interesting thing you have raised this. And my personal feeling is that this has to be top driven. Why I say top driven is that You will have to adopt and do something different on those things which you believed that you are the best. Because things have changed. Things have changed, so you are the best in that, but still you'll have to change. So many times the question comes, why this AI fellow is coming and disturbing all our way we are doing it. So this, the top will have to give the necessary supports and this. One simple example I'll give you, which came in the earlier, the ethics also. We do have a hierarchical system of approvals. And many times it was found that the use of AI and others, a junior person can easily approve it with all logics. But then the top will definitely feel, then what's my job then? How do I accept your what to tell computer way of taking a decision? My gray hair has come from all these things I'm doing. So for this, the change management becomes very essential. So we'll have to get into that. So the HR will play a role, according to me, a very big role in this AI coming into the organization.
I'll just add one example from my side, how adversity helps in adoption, Like we were a startup and we have just started a business about a year back. So now we also have a lot of challenges around how to make the business profitable. Okay. Now, when you say profitable, all these cost pressures will come, Now, typically, since most of our manufacturing plants are all industry 4.0 compliant, there are smart meters and all those things. And now, the very act of a diktat saying that we have to bring down the cost, okay, which means I have to ensure that my energy consumption is low, whatever. People start actually going into the data, understanding things, what can be done, That's the scenario of adversity forcing you to do and act, rather than otherwise what would have happened? People would have taken their own sweet time to adopt it, because okay, smart meters are there, they're generating some information, let it be there. I will do it when the time comes, So sometimes adversity also presents you with opportunities.
Absolutely. Dr. Ravindra, you want to add anything?
No, I mean, I'm encouraged by your style of conducting this panel. So I'm just going to go a little bit beyond the boundary line, Santosh. But spare a thought for MSMEs. 25% contribution to the Indian GDP. 50% contribution to Indian exports. Massive employment creation.
Absolutely.
No funds to deploy AI. No people to work on AI. No technology know-how. If you can't carry MSME along, India can never dream of becoming the superpower or a developing nation by 2047 that we are talking. So for all big corporates, all this, it is an imperative. It must be done. There is no choice. You'll perish. Have a heart. Slow it down. See how you are greening your supply chain. See how you are taking your MSME along with you. Who is doing financial engineering to give them the kind of knowledge about what digitalization do they need? Can they deploy AI tools? If so, what are they? Where it makes a business case, because typically all of us are aware MSME have hand-to-mouth existence. They struggle in holding on to people. They can't put huge capex in kind of IT infrastructure, hardware, software, maintaining it, operating it. So have a heart. We in our euphoria get carried away with AI everywhere. I've been attending dozens of these. People seldom think about how they can take MSME along. If you can't, and there are, without MSME, we just can't progress. So I think we need to have this consideration as to how we can take them along, how they can do hand-holding and actually make them partner in this inclusive journey of digital transformation.
It's amazing the point of views which I'm getting into this. On one side, we're talking about how exactly we onboard and what the privacy, bias and fairness. On the other side, yes, there is a huge, we need to bring them on board as well. It's contrasting views perfectly. Go ahead.
I have one view about what doctor said, I mean, we can always talk about saying that MSMEs have to be given knowledge or the empowerment, whatever you call it, okay, for adoption, okay. But I think the key moot point is if bigger corporations, okay, large corporations adopt, automatically the adoption in the next level or the ecosystem would happen.
Yep.
Okay. And all again depends if those kind of challenges are there, the solutions will come from the ecosystem because we cannot wait. We cannot just think that and wish that somebody will solve the problem for us. Okay. At least wherever possible, we should. I mean, it's not a question of big corporates. It's a question of who takes the lead, okay, and adopts. And the ecosystem will mature over a period of time. Okay. But that's what I feel personally.
As
okay.
long as
And I have a massive disagreement with him. Nothing happens automatically. You have to take action. Action is an antidote of anxiety.
Right.
You have to make concerted strategic effort. Digitalization, digital transformation is like running a marathon. It's like climbing Everest. So who are we talking of taking us with this journey? Somebody who has no comprehension about it. So I don't agree. There has to be a concerted effort to get MSME going. But I think that's
100%.
not.
As long as I can get 2 panel members provoked enough to kind of have this kind of debate, I've just done my job. So no, let's take it a little bit further into that one, and specifically to the part about the secure, which is the key topic of our discussion. That there was a time when we were going after the automation part of it by saying that manual, there's a chance of error. Let's make it as automated as possible. Today, we are talking about the topic is we are automating it to the next level. Right? But is it risky? Right? Vipin, it was great to have that when we are doing this IT plus OT integrations part of it. How exactly that thought process took an almost 180-degree turn for that? Does it help?
So see, we are manufacturing goods for last decade, last century.
Of course.
So manufacturing is nothing new. But what has changed in last few decades is the way manufacturing is being done.
Right.
In early 90s, we had systems getting connected to, your IT for various functions, and in late 2000s, or earlier this decade, we have systems getting connected to internet.
Yeah.
Now, that has brought plenty of vulnerabilities. That has brought plenty of risk. Your risk posture has gone up. The significant investment which we did in last couple of decades at least was on the IT part of it, whereas the OT was always an overlooked area.
Yeah.
It was considered to be an air gap system. So even when I speak to CXOs these days, they are like, no, my OT is totally air gap. And I'm always with an opinion that air gap is a myth unless and until somebody is exploiting it.
Sure.
Considering AI as an element into it,
Right.
adds more complexity. It's not as simple as you have in your IT environment where you can use ChatGPTs or you can use other AI tools. When you go to OT, there are plenty of other things that change, right?
Yeah.
There are legacy systems in OT, systems which are being designed not specifically considering security in mind, but to carry on the production. There are systems which are in production for last 20, 30 or more than 40 years, right?
Yep.
Do keep in mind that the average lifespan of an OT asset is not like IT. We change our mobile phones every few years, laptop maybe after 5 or 6 years, but that doesn't happen in OT. In OT, when a production unit comes, it stays in production for few decades at least.
Yep.
Now, there are legacy systems in OT. Systems like running on Windows XPs, servers running on older versions of softwares and hardware. So those are exploitable. Adding AI into this increases the complexity.
Of course.
Now, of course, there are different ways by which we have seen companies handling this. But then most, or at least few of the companies, have this culture embedded that security should be considered by design. It should not be an overthought, as we always say. And that's what the industry is moving up to, right? OT areas specifically were designed in the past not considering security at all. They were always considered to be an offline or an air gap environment. But that has changed, and that's where I see industry to be moving. More and more companies are now trying to apply principles of zero trust into their OT network, a concept which was well consumed in an IT network. But then we don't have a choice. as a side, right? In cybersecurity or in security or even in information security, adapting AI is not an option. If you don't, the adversaries are using it.
Sure. No, it's a good point. And just to kind of one example from our diligence kind of the job which we do, we have seen the examples where the machines are on the same network as a guest Wi-Fi. Now, in that environment, if you introduce something like AI, what can happen? You can guess.
So flat network is very common in OT. I mean, I don't want to name it, but I've seen majority production houses in India using a flat network. But then again, you cannot simply, being a guy, you cannot simply walk onto shop floor and say that, stop your production and move this into different VLANs, create segmentations and stuff like that. That's not gonna happen. In power sector companies we work with, we get downtime after 8 years or 10 years. So there are no other options. Then, as I said, right, there are compensatory controls. There's the way you can design the environment itself, and there is a scope of using AI for it.
Absolutely. Now, taking it further next, and Rajiv sir, on this point, that we have established, it needs to be fixed, it needs to be quite a lot of steps need to be taken. Now, in this whole process, what's the role of the human in there? The oversight over these systems, and in the entire discussion of ethics, we are talking about regulations into that one. For now, as we are adopting or slowly adopting it, how do we fix the accountability? Manufacturing decisions about other decisions which are taking into that one of data exposure.
Yeah, I told you this is a very interesting question. One of the leaders asked me a couple of days back, they took a decision which created a product defect, and because of that, somebody lost their job. Some unit got, and then profitability hit, etc. Who will take the accountability?
Yep, exactly.
Who owns this? Many years back, we created a fictitious entity called business company because people were not trying to come forward to own it. But AI is not like that, right? So somebody has to take the accountability. I think larger question is, when we build an AI, it should have explainability, that why and how things are happening. One, and second, auditability as well. This is the trade data which has come in to train. What happened to the data, and what happened to the learning itself? How soon, how far we are able to retire them? Are they really relevant, not relevant? Yeah. And third, but not the last one, is the governance around this. Because if you don't govern it, it will definitely go out of the hand. So how many boards you have? And one size cannot fit to all. I mean, you have sales and marketing going to have a different kind of AI, different kind of governance framework, different kind of data potency. For manufacturing, as you know, it's a long haul business, 10 years, 15 years, it is machine is going to go, decision needs to be taken on the product. So what kind of life cycle framework we put there, and how quickly we retire the old learning versus new learning continues. I think these are 3-4 areas.
Certainly. Totally lost the count of the time in between, but before I close, I want to touch upon one topic and stretch it a little bit. Organizers, my apologies about that. Essentially the point of sustainability. And from 2 or 3 perspectives, I'd like to take one view from everybody. Talking about the questions is kind of the hardware and the data centers which is required to fuel this revolution, which we are going into that one. We're talking about 10 gigabits kind of a data centers to come in and do this activity. And also the people in the human aspect of the sustainability. That how exactly this business goes into that whole zero value or zero expense kind of a thing, right? Any thoughts on that one before they start throwing me out of the stage? So please go ahead.
Okay, I'll take first. I'll take the energy portion of sustainability. I think we are going in for a lot of renewable energy. Its abundance availability is there. We should use that. So with that, whatever additional, I think someone in the earlier panel had told, when you go into AI, how much more power you will be using it. It was in your panel. That one. So I was thinking that renewable is there. We should use that for the energy portion of it. Rest I will leave the other teams to tell about it.
So if you look at industry, It is the single largest consumer of energy, fossil fuel energy, and of course, transportation. It is also the largest emitter of greenhouse gases.
Absolutely.
We have a stated vision of becoming net zero by 2070. So to become net zero, there are there are 4 pathways actually. First is energy transition, and my friend here just spoke that how do you graduate to clean and green. Green is absolutely environmental friendly, no carbon emissions, nothing. Clean is where there are emissions, but they are not harmful, like nuclear. So one is energy transition. Second is going on a circular economy, which is reduce, recycle, reuse, replenish, repurpose, rescale. And then there is forestation, and then there is carbon capture and sequestering. But just coming back, how do you ensure that we remain sustainable? And I think that's why if you look at the industrial revolution, from mechanization to computerization to internet era and so on, steam engines and all this, we are already seeing that industry 5.0, where there is a coexistence of man and machine, which is collaborative working, cobots. Repetitive tasks are done by machines, strategic tasks are done by human beings. The element has come in, because if you look at Industrial Revolution 4, massive industrial growth, huge employment generation, poverty eradication and all that, it has happened, but all that at the expense of environment. And we have these terrible consequences of climate change and global warming in terms of trillions of dollars of economic loss, in terms of infrastructure setbacks, in terms of loss of human lives. If you look at the climate calamities, the records show that decades, the numbers has doubled. Last 2 decades of previous millennium, first 2 decades of current millennium, the whole stats have doubled in negative way. So we got to look at this sustainability very carefully, So how we can do that is bring in renewable energy, sustainable materials, what Prime Minister Modi given a call for lifestyle for environment, which is actually from mindless consumption of resources to mindful, deliberate utilization of resources. So all that mindset change need to happen. Coming back to the specific discussion about adaptation of AI and all, we have to see fit for the purpose. We cannot get on an AI right just for the heck of it. There is no business case, it won't stand. Having that said, till the time you get there, you will never want to get there. You want to stay relevant, competitive in terms of quality, wastage reduction, and so on. So I think this whole discussion about sustainability and associated human is a long one. But I think we are on an interesting journey. Every time you see, there are numerous initiatives going around about, for example, in last, not the Azerbaijan, but the earlier summit, I think Dubai summit, there was a call of tripling renewable energy, doubling renewable energy and tripling energy efficiency. So I think there are massive efforts done in the regard of minimizing energy footprint, utility footprint, water footprint, moving away from fossil fuels. So all that is helping. So I think this whole, and AI has a big role to play into this, because AI because many of us, as you rightly pointed out, AI existed even before, and many people use AI very loosely. I mean, it's a combination of deep learning, it's a combination of machine learning and natural language programming. And people don't realize that the massive power of AI is in predicting and suggesting optimal solutions. That part is never spoken. What is spoken is more about data analytics. So I think in the whole journey of sustainability, AI has a massive role to play. Like I said in the earlier panel also, there is this conundrum that, you are using massive IT infrastructure, thereby increasing emissions, but the same technology of artificial intelligence is going to put you on a pathway of sustainability.
We'll love to continue this going into that one. But one thing which comes with my designation here as a moderator to bring it down to a close, and there's already 5 minutes upon that one. Just to summarize kind of things, I think we found the points of disagreement. We found the points of agreement also by the time we were closing it, right? One thing which is coming out very clearly, if I've heard, I'm happy to be corrected, is you don't have an option not to adopt. It has to happen. The pace of it How do we do it? Who do we take along? Why do we do it? What is the mechanisms to do it? That is something which needs to be very custom for what we do and how exactly progress around that. I'll bring it down to a close at the moment. Anybody, we don't have any time left, but nonetheless, if somebody has a question, happy to take it for the panel. There you are. Go on. There's always one person. Can we pass the mic to you?
Thank you. So my name is Akib Sheikh, and I'm working with AdFactors PR. So my question for the panel is that, we spoke a lot about AI, we spoke a lot about technologies and risks that are coming in. But one thing I wanted to understand is that, since a lot of cyber securities technologies have evolved, but along with that, risks are also evolved. And what kind of threat actors and threat vectors have evolved, since you guys are also working as manufacturing companies. So what kind of threats do you see which has evolved, which was not there, maybe 1 or 2 years back? Since, those, how it goes, right? Like a policeman has to think from a criminal mindset. So how do you guys see the threats evolving, and what kind of...
Only 2 words: misinformation, disinformation.
Want to add something?
Okay, so threats always existed, be it be your manufacturing or be it be your IT environment. What has changed is the approach which humans are now taking. Earlier, we were more emphasis on protecting the perimeter. Perimeter security was one of the predominant topic when I started my career a few decades back. Now we are moving to a data-centric approach. It's more than, rather than securing the perimeter, it's where your data is. And that applies to IT as well as to the OT environment. Coming back to your point, coming to the threat vectors, yes, threat vectors are leveraging AI to a very good extent, and so are the protectors, right? So if you look at most of the cybersecurity tools these days, almost 99% of cybersecurity tools, they are leveraging AI to do predictive analysis. They are leveraging AI to build on the signature sets and so on and so forth. So it's always going to be a cat and mouse race, and that's what is going to be the future. Oh.
Thanks a lot, gentlemen. Really was it.
Thank you. Request you to please stay here. A big round of applause for our moderator and our panelists, everyone. Taking this moment to request Kavita Rajan, Vice President, Sales, India and South Asia, ADP India Private Limited, to please join me here on the stage. And also I would request Sujata Vishnuraj, Editor of Manufacturing Today, to please join me here on the stage. And with that, we'd like to take this moment to felicitate our panelists. Please go ahead. Yes, she's right here. You can take the center stage. Can we have a round of applause, everyone, for our moderator for this session? Thank you so much. Next, we have Rajiv Pandey. Request you to please stay here for a group picture. Next, we have Bipin Lokigaonkar. Big round of applause for him, everyone. Next, we have K.A. Unni Nair. A big round of applause for him, everyone. Next, we have Dr. Ravindra Uthigar. Next, we have Girish Rao. Requesting all of you to please come together for a group picture. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. Now the moment, the final leg of the 8th edition of the Smart Manufacturing and Secure Plant 2025 conference, the CDO panel. The topic of discussion for this panel is leveraging data analytics for operational efficiency. This engaging panel will be moderated by Prashant Garg, partner, Technology Consulting, EY India. Oh, we have Ms. Kavita. She'll be moderating the panel. Okay. So allow me to invite esteemed panel members to the dais who will play a key role in sharing insights, strategies, and real-world experiences on harnessing data to drive performance and productivity. So I stand corrected. We have Ms. Kavita who will be doing the moderation. And our panelists, we have S. Srinivasa Rao, Chief Digital Officer, Vedanta Aluminium Mines, Rupesh Nirgude, Chief Information and Digital Officer, Prism Johnson Limited, Ajay Khanna, Vice President IT, VE Commercial Vehicle Limited, Kavita Rajan, Vice President Sales India and South Asia, ADB. She'll be the moderator for this session. Yes, we can get the extra chairs removed. Thank you. Over to you, Kavita.
Thank you.
You look absolutely stunning.
Yeah. No, I think I can have a seat, right? It's easier. Thank you. Sorry for the delayed start. I was getting the mic on. All right. Good evening, everyone. I think we are the last panel, but I'll promise we'll have the most interactive and insightful panel. That's on behalf of my panelists. It's my pleasure to meet you all. Like how the host introduced, my name is Kavita. I'm managing sales for ADP in India. I'll also request my panelists to maybe introduce themselves. That's easier that way.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Rupesh Nirgude. I represent Prism Johnson Limited. I'm the Chief Information and Digital Officer over there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I am S. Srinivas Rao, Chief Digital Officer for Vedanta Aluminum Mines. So I am having over 19 years of experience in metal and mining.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Ajay Khanna. I'm working with V Commercial Vehicles, which is a joint venture of Volvo and Eicher in India. I'm handling manufacturing operations, IT, automation, cloud security, cloud operations, infrastructure management, a host of other activities.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ajay. It's really my pleasure to be hosting a very august panel like you. And particularly from people who are spearheading digital initiatives in your respective organizations. So it's the most happening field now, particularly with the AI and a lot of other things. But I will kind of focus on digital and some of the initiatives that you're currently driving. So maybe I'll get started. Each one of you, if you could kindly share one of the key areas where data analytics has had the most significant impact in driving operational efficiency. Maybe, Ajay, you can.
See, one of the critical thing in manufacturing to note is, as the previous panel also highlighted, equipment which comes in stays in the manufacturing plants for decades. 2 to 3 decades is the normal for any machinery.
Right.
Now, machinery which have been bought up in
decades
3
back.
decades back, 2 decades back, they would not have even the capabilities of getting the data.
Correct.
Or providing the data.
So whatever equipment that has been put up, we're trying to best to optimize and put up add-on tool sets in terms of getting information from the systems to identify from the perspective it started from preventive maintenance.
Okay.
Okay, it's the data which is coming in, how we can use that data to analyze and do preventive maintenance from the machines.
Okay.
So this itself is a big activity. It's a huge, humongous activity. Large organizations are doing this. When you talk about MSMEs, there was a debate in the previous session about MSMEs that we have to onboard them. While that is fine, but everybody has to evolve on its own.
Correct.
So either they will evolve or they will perish.
Correct.
That's what evolution is about.
Yes.
Okay, you don't teach kids how to handle a mobile phone. Okay.
Yeah, they're mobile
It
native
comes-
actually.
It comes naturally now. So you cannot say that organizations, small organizations will not evolve. They are doing their own bit.
Right.
Yes, they need some guidance, which anyway, all organizations are providing their suppliers and everything. But when it comes about this data, we are basically, from an internal operations perspective, we are able to analyze the data, do preventive maintenance, and then take this out for predictive maintenance also going forward. But we are largely dependent upon the data which our partners or suppliers can provide for doing quality analytics. The whole purpose of manufacturing is for the key purpose is quality. So what do we do in terms of getting the data from quality perspective, and how do we see trends in terms of quality degradations or quality improvisations? That is something which is very, very critical for us. Now, this is something which has not happened. It is happening in very small pockets. And our focus from an organization perspective, our focus is on enabling the suppliers to provide this information. We are in the process of building platforms for the suppliers which they can onboard on some kind of manufacturing automation systems, which the suppliers can onboard onto our platform and then start giving us this data. Once this data comes in, it has immense potential.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So it's, go back to basics, right? Preventive maintenance, quality trends. How do you manage? Thank you. How about yourself, Srini?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Ajay. Like as a whole, in a manufacturing, we aren't able to just analyze the data and we improve the efficiency. We have to work an area to area.
Okay.
So as you rightly said, we also started our journey on the predictive maintenance side.
Okay.
How we
That's
can,
interesting.
yeah, how we can improve the equipment availability first. But if you talk about equipment availability and operational efficiency, there are two different areas. Because in between, there is a manual intervention to take decisions and improve the operations. So when you talk about right now, this digital twins, what we are talking about, it is a combination of your predictive analytics, which comes your equipment availability and supported by the operational excellence. So in means, as we said, that disruptive technology, but you can't disrupt the operations. So we have to start small, pilot it, understand. Change management also a big area where people first of all, it's a cultural change. They don't understand that equipment giving automated decisions, people don't accept. I think you agree with that one. So we have to start with some of the areas where that is the pain areas, means where they are also not able to come up with the outcomes. They want some kind of expertise. There we want to implement first, then we roll out to the other areas. So predictive maintenance is the one area where we have aggressively worked on the data analytics. Right now in all our operations, we have implemented in line to that, we implemented reliability centered maintenance.
Okay. What would, if you can elaborate for 30 seconds
reliability
on it.
centered maintenance means it is a COE kind of system where all the machine data will go, they will analyze, they will take the help of AI, the basics, their knowledge, and they will come with the outcome. So it is not simply coming out of AI.
Okay. It's
so that
human-
will take some more time.
Okay. Thank you. How about yourself?
So I will not repeat what my colleagues have mentioned because that's also something which is we have done, like capturing the data at the shop floor level of the machines to see the plant health and the equipment health and they take corrective action. So moving from breakdown maintenance to predictive maintenance, this is how it helps in the shop floor. But I'll extend the data analytics part to the overall operations because when we talk of data is captured at multiple locations. Like you have the shop floor data coming, which are where the machine data is being captured from the SCADA systems, from different machine algorithms can help you to analyze the data. Second is the data which you also can capture from the availability of the availability of your final product, which is moving into the
Finished
market
goods.
in the logistics chain. So from the right from the material which is leaving your factory till the marketplace, you can capture the data with the help of GPS systems. So you have multiple locations from where you can capture your your stock locations from where. So this gives an overall view about how you are managing that. Particularly in certain cases, this helps you to ensure that if there are any downtimes in the factory, how is it going to help, how is it going to impact your downstream, I would say, the processes of, will that have any impact on my logistics? Which are the customers which are going to be impacted or which areas? And then accordingly, the sales guys can take a call that, okay, if there are some instance because of which the availability of certain products are not going to be there, then they can pick and choose and give the commitments to their customers accordingly. So this is what I've seen, that value add which is happening on the sales side, because it should not happen as a sudden stock that, okay, some event has happened and the products are not available and now how do I answer my questions? So I think this real-time availability, near real-time availability of the data and sharing of this
inventory,
data
movements.
across, right from manufacturing, stocking to the logistics operation. If this real-time data is available at the top level, the decision making becomes quick, and this information flow is critical.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I think right from machine maintenance to market availability is where you're investing. You have any other point?
Yeah, so in line to what he was saying, like supply chain and raw material tracking and those things are very important in our facilities. Also, we have the complete tracking, and those are the huge amount of data where we can do lot of strategical plan. Because if you are in our operations, even though we have 50% of our indigenous mining and other things, but we are depending on these imports.
Okay.
So in those areas, these global challenges, your different logistical issues. So it's very important to have the upfront plan in place. So in those areas, data analytics really works, and we are also using that extensively.
Thank you. I think, yeah, in the current very unpredictable market situations, I think these are going to be critical data points. Thank you very much. My next question would be around, I hope one of the main challenges you will face would be also just not deploying technology to drive solutions from a data that can help you in decision making. But it involves a lot of cultural changes also, right? Because people who are, like you talked about, machineries are decades old. The workforce is also not, new, right? They've come a certain way of working, culture part of it, right? So what are the roadblocks you normally face in making this cultural shift, and how do you overcome that, and some of the best practices if you can share?
See, if it was 8 years back, this question would be very hard to answer.
Very tough to answer.
Very tough to answer. In the last 8 years, 8 odd years, we have seen manufacturing execution systems deployment in our operations to a very granular level.
Okay.
To every work center level where an operator is doing his job. And we faced immense challenges. One, because operators were not trained. They were legacy operators. Okay. They were not willing to change. In the last 8 years, slowly this has improved phenomenally because the new generation has come in and they're much more system savvy.
So the worker demographic has changed?
Yes, it has changed. Okay. that is resulting in adoption of these systems. Now it has come to a point that there is no life without these systems.
Okay.
Okay. And that has helped us in a great extent in terms of alignment of people to the technology that has been deployed. Now, technology deployed alignment has happened. The data, we are getting the data. We're collecting all the data, huge amounts of data. For us, the data is critical from a quality standpoint, as I earlier also said. So we're capturing all the data. Now, it is very critical for us there we are focusing on, working on in terms of establishing correlation.
Okay.
The correlation of the data which is captured during manufacturing and the product once it is in the market. Running of the product, if there are failures happening in the market, then how do we correlate back to the manufacturing data?
Yeah, I think particularly in car manufacturing, I think all the gentlemen here will agree, people, including all of us. There are, you have to call back also, right?
Yes.
Which batch, which production?
Yes, absolutely. It is not only that. It is about from, it's a very complex model because see our products, we are into trucks, heavy truck manufacturers, which is taking goods from across the country.
Right.
Okay. There are perishable goods. Okay. So if a truck breaks down, it is a
cost
loss
of the
material, not only just the time.
Mm.
So for us, it is very important that the products that we sell are reliable. And if there is any kind of an incident which happens, we are able to identify the cause and able to identify how many other similar kind of models it might impact on.
Mm.
Okay. And then react and immediately have attention.
So you have a
provided
feedback
to
loop
that.
which goes
Yes.
in and then
So
improves.
that is where we are working on in terms of creating this entire correlation engine, which will help us to be able to do much more quicker. Okay. Recall is a very long exercise,
Right.
but this is from a response perspective. How quicker we are able to respond and make our parts, if there's a part failure, make the parts available in the aftermarket for that particular segment, for that particular group, so that they are able to serve immediately. So this is something which we are working on. We have handled the challenge of data collection. This is the challenge which we are working on, and AI is helping us out in terms of doing this. The other thing which I already mentioned is about getting further more granular data from the suppliers about the component quality parameters that they're capturing, because that is important, and that's where the predictive analytics will come in. So when is it that a particular component might fail in a journey of a vehicle road life?
Okay, sure.
So there's a huge amount of work still that has to be done, and I think the team is aligned. They're working on it. We have some data scientists who have been associated with us, who have been helping us on this.
Thank you. So in addition to demographics, worker demographics in AI, what else is there?
Yeah. So if you look at the adoption of the data analytics tools, or rather I would say, even if today we have capturing multiple data, there is a, at the top level, when you talk of taking the data, looking at the data and taking decisions, there is a mindset change which is required, because many of the if you see, people still are stuck in having the same data, looking at the same data the way they want to see it. It's not what the data is trying to show. That's one of the mindset change which is required. And this is irrespective of the levels, you can say, because if you look at the operational data will also talk of the key. Normally, when you talk, when you kickstart this data analytics project, what happens is that the initial requirement gathering phase, people will ask you to give the same operational KPIs to be converted into a different new tool. Yeah. And when you apply, the data analyst or the data scientist apply their own logic or methods and then try to show something else, there is some sort of resistant, or saying that, okay, the fixed mindset saying that, okay, this is something which I would not like to accept. Yeah. They will still, it's nice to have, but then it is not taking into why, because it's something, if your data is talking something, you should do a Viva analysis, like why is this happening, or what are the trends, what is the data trying to show. But that is one area, that is one challenge when you are building a data, the culture of reading the data or data driven organization when you talk of. Second is that about even with the new tools now, when we talk of AI, it has to be established, because we heard about one use case where someone said that AI went wrong and then it created problems. Now in this organization, establishing AI use case is going to take a lot of challenge, because people have already realized perception, and there is one, so now no one is going to take the ownership of that. So it becomes very difficult. So when you're taking this project, I think today what is happening, data analytics has to be driven with the partnership. IT should work as a partner to the business, and partner in that partnership, let business drive it. Because if IT starts driving it, it will always become like something someone else is showing me, telling me what I have to do, whether it is at a top manager level, where you are showing that, okay, apart from this, the data talks about this. Yeah. So the senior person who is taking decisions, it belongs, is always on his gut feelings. So in that case, I think it's the challenge is how do you educate them, get them along with you in this journey, and then you enable them to help to implement these tools of data analytics and dashboards, so that it gives you they get used to it, and some amount of trust is developed with that.
Thank you very much. And Srini, from your side.
Yeah, I will give you a different aspect on this part. Like the data, we talk about data analytics, and we talk about the experienced people. Okay, so there are two mindsets. Experienced people, they know how to repair it, but if you ask them to write a code, they can't do. But at the same time, this data scientist, they will do as per what you say.
Correct.
They don't understand, they don't have the feel of what exactly equipment is behaving.
Correct.
So what we are doing, we are mixing up both, like data analyst with the experienced person who is having the in-depth knowledge on that equipment. So the mixer, what it will help, like when we talk about any AI analytics or data analytics, it's something like your first principle, which is how the machine is designed, what is the efficiency, on which condition it has to work first. And second is in this from the day the equipment installed, it has come up with a different life cycle, different deteriorations, different, even sometimes you have changed some designs.
Correct.
Based on the site requirement.
Correct.
So when you talk about your AI model, this will not be your first principle. This is a combination of your first principle as well as your historical experience of the equipment.
So basically, you kind of get the expert people who are on the floor to co-create it along with your.
So and slowly this transition will happen. So I have gone through one of the Gartner report. So there is something called citizen data scientist. So he is having the mix of knowledge about your complete, how the models will be built, how you do the ML models, as well as how the equipment is working. So this combination is very much important to build any models. So right now,
I think that's a good insight, having actually both the world marry each other.
Yeah, and I will also share one example, like one supplier who has done the predictive model on one boiler.
Okay.
So if I ask you build the same model in my equipment, that cannot be happen, because you can able to match the 60 to 70% of the model, but not 100%. For 100%, they have to understand our data.
Correct.
So that is the uniqueness of these things. So it will take time. The data what we have to understand. Even we also need to appreciate, like in our manufacturing, data also not clean.
So your job is actually tough.
Yes. even based on your iterations, it is like iteration. First, you have to build the model. You have to see what are the missing links, what are the missing parameters, where your manual data is feeding, which is not giving your output. Then you start bringing those kind of sensors. So you have to one way you have to build your model and improve your accuracy. At the second, on the other way, you have to improve your automation also. So these two are very much complementing.
Thank you very much. And that takes me to the next part of my, or maybe the final questions, right? We talked about machines, raw material, finished good, logistics, supply chain and all that. But when it comes to people themselves in a human-centric environment, particularly in situations like manufacturing, where we have not gone to the dark manufacturing yet, but still we are on the shop floor. What solutions do you adopt to ensure that you drive workforce efficiency, looking at their productivity? How do you actually, which are the areas that you kind of look at, invest? Maybe you can.
Yeah. So when it comes to the efficiency of the people, there are many small initiatives you can take within the organization. Any organizations, there are a lot of processes which are there laid down. Say, take simple example of the approvals. Now, approvals, yeah.
Okay.
So you can automate that, have tools to, where instead of email approvals, many of the times you've seen that people still continue with email approvals. You have tools implemented there. The reason is that you get a traceability. Email approvals, what happens is that there will be email sent and then you don't know where it is lying.
Right.
If you have a tool, you have a transparency. People come to know that, okay, someone has put a request, it has to come to me. I have to approve within that particular time. And then that build a culture where the department head also looks into why certain things are getting delayed. And the tool gives you a visibility that where it is getting stuck. And then that person can be pointed out at that level. You can see, okay, this is a bottleneck. Here, even if it is initiated, it takes 3 days on one particular level. So slowly what happens is that the culture is built across the chain to bring in more efficiency. Because once, twice, thrice, if it is the person is called out in the meeting, then he'll feel ashamed that, okay, everyone is doing the approvals within time, but I am the one it is getting delayed. Yeah, that's how it works. But for that, you can put up tools and automate that. Then you can have auto reminders, for in case of delays and other things.
Okay.
Move towards the paperless office. Many times we've seen that there is still people generating papers or printouts which are being generated and then handed over to, whether it is right from the gate pass to the within the factory when the vehicles are moving around, or the transporter system. The transporters, when they are allocating some the vehicles in your system. So have this process automated. Have your vehicle as transporters or suppliers onboarded onto that particular tool. The purchase orders, the quotations which have been given, everything can be automated through tools. So that brings in efficiency because it brings in transparency as well.
Thank you very much. Srini, you were about to share, yeah. Go on.
Yeah, on the process part, what we explained means most of the industries following the paperless operations and manless. Some of the automation in RPS also we are implementing where repetitive jobs are there. So one more important aspect in terms of when I correlate this with the data analytics. So we are capturing a lot of data in terms of persons. Like we are operating with, I think, 60% contract workforce.
Okay.
So in that one, what will happen that means worker behavior or any blacklisting, anything happen, they will sneak through another party. So those kind of scrutiny we have to do.
Okay.
And when you talk about workforce monitoring and efficiency, so I talk about, I can say that in the previous panel also discussing about where there is a dangerous works or risky works.
Okay.
Those we are replacing with automation like computer vision solutions or any robotic solutions. But the same monitoring or monitoring the effectiveness of that solution, these people are working.
Okay.
So in indirectly what you're doing, rather than you do the time-based monitoring, you can do the effective monitoring. How many alerts have generated, how many kinds of non-compliances have come, how you can able to convert that non-compliances into different training sessions, strengthening your safety. So in our operations, we have implemented these different non-safety compliance monitorings through cameras. So what will happen? We means every month we are capturing 30 to 40,000. So small to big. based on the data, we are developing our training metrics. Means what are the types of behavior, personal behavior is there, how we can change, where we can come with some kind of verification. So one is physical protection as well as cultural change or behavioral change. So, and third is we can't call it as a tracking, we are call it as a monitoring. Why we have to say that in factory floor, especially in our metal and mining industry, there are a lot of hazardous areas. So we need to understand this coordination way of working, hot metal areas, means productive zone, non-productive zone, danger zone, operating zone. So we want to make those zoning kind of arrangements so that by mistake also people should not go to that area. So that's what we are working on, that connected workforce, what we call it as.
Thank you very much. And yeah, Ajay, maybe.
Yeah, so when I talk about manufacturing operations, the entire thing revolves around three core areas. We talked about productivity.
Yes.
The other is quality.
Yeah.
And the third is safety.
Okay.
Okay. So the entire manufacturing is basically revolving around this.
Yes.
Safety, we have seen challenges in operations. Large plant, you cannot cover the entire plant by manual people. Okay, in terms of from a monitoring perspective, there are nooks and corners all across the plant. If something happens, a worker faints down, nobody will pay any attention where that person is lying around. Okay, so that brought us in terms of putting a span of cameras, surveillance cameras, in terms of monitoring the entire environment and using certain tool sets to vision-based identification of any anomaly detections in all those areas, anomaly detections to the rate of identifying fire incidents or immediate kind of an alerts, okay, perimeter breach or normal breach where people are not supposed to go if somebody is over there, that kind of a surveillance. So that has been put in place. Now, when it comes back to productivity perspective, productivity and quality both are most critical. And this quality is again dependent upon large amount of dependencies on people. Now, the person who is supposed to do the job for a particular operation, either he should be fully trained or it should be done by somebody who is an alternate to that person.
Right.
It should not be, that operation should not be touched by anybody else, because
No, the skill level is extremely important.
it can happen.
Be dangerous,
Two things can happen. It can be hazardous from the person perspective. It can have an accidental issue. The second is the kind of product which is coming out from that particular station may lose the quality. So in order to do that, we had done this entire in-house development of this program, entire workforce management program, which basically identifies for what operations, what are the trainings required, which operator is skilled for that, what is the backup which is available for that. And only based out of this particular program, the allocation of work is assigned for that station to that particular individual. And if that person is not there, then who's the alternate person who can go to that station and work? This ensures the quality is maintained. And
so you have workers skill level
mapped to every station. So when the person walks in the morning, he marks his attendance, he is assigned to that station based on his skill level and the job he is supposed to do. Nobody can, whether it is a contractual worker or a blue-collar internal employee, he is only supposed to go to that station where he is supposed to.
Very nice. I mean,
this becomes extremely
critical. Yeah.
Just to add to that, this is very vital inputs which he has given, because certain industries have the requirement. But to ensure this happens, you can have knowledge banks developed where you have all this data captured, that who are the skilled labor workers, who was last time trained on this. So next time whenever the person changes, you have that in your database. And the assignment of that particular category of maybe the trainer or to be trained on the person can be, you have a ready-made database. So systems can help you in this case, because over a period this data gets people get changed. You need to know that, okay, there is a critical resources who has left the organization. And then, when it times for training, you will realize that the critical person, the person is not been replaced, or we have not created a backup for that. So I think your LMS database, learning management systems database with the HR will help you from that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So taking to the next level on this is we are creating content, which is basically a training content, a visual content to train the people.
Train the people.
So that you don't have to go through again a training manual exercise. Once these programs are built, then the person goes through a testing mechanism and then only gets certified for that. Only after he's certified,
They can be in the pro.
so this is
Right.
it's a continuous
So
loop.
we've actually come a full circle with mission to human on the skill level to
Yes, and that's important for manufacturing.
yeah.
And
Any final words from you,
yeah,
Srini?
in line to that, initially we need to put some kind of maker checker kind of arrangement to see that how effective it is. Because it's not sometimes what will they do by force, they will do that they are not competent to do one job, but they are engaging because of other
considerations. Yes.
So we have to we have to understand that part.
Human psyche of it.
Yeah, so the control systems also being put in wherein only that operator who is having the tag number, he only can sign on to the workstation and will not be able to do the job until unless he is validated. So those kind of controls also.
Checks and balances you.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Any final points? Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. I enjoyed this very insightful conversation. I've learned a lot in the process. Are there any questions? Maybe the panel can take. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
First of all, a very, very insightful discussion on the manufacturing operations part. One point, Mr. Khanna, actually, I wanted to understand from you more better. Like you just now shared that in your organization, whether it's internal blue collars or it is external contractual associates operators, but they are supposed where they are only trained at a particular station, they will work only at that station. Now, in that kind of scenario, how do you manage this kind of knowledge base in form of contractual operators? Because contractual operators are very, very floating kind of a manpower. We find it very difficult. Okay, we also are into the process of aligning in the same way. But internal associates is okay. But if you have to align with contractual manpower, that becomes all the more difficult. So this is what I wanted to understand a little more in detail.
So that's where when I talked about each of the person who is there is trained for a certain set of work centers. Okay, whether it is a contractual person or an internal person, there's a training program which we are working on in terms of AI-based training program, which will take them through a complete visual program, which quickly onboards them onto that. He is guided by a supervisor or a person who is there on that station, who is responsible for that station. Until and unless the person gets satisfied that he can independently perform, he will not be allowed to work on that particular.
What is the duration of that kind of module? If you
So this module, online module, will be a kind of a day's module, and the training, the actual training on the station will be there for a couple of days before he's.
So you have some sort of overlapping like of people, and
yes,
do you have
yes.
designated people who give this training?
There are people who are there for, there's a training center which basically takes care of this training, which is hands-on training, which is provided. One, it is off the shop floor, then it is back onto the shop floor. And once the person is satisfied that he can do the job, then only is assigned independently to do the activity.
Do we also have some ranking mechanism for that, like whether the person is
level of
approved score, above that approved score or something like
so
that?
That's where the questionnaire, in terms of from a testing, when it is done, it based on it ranks the person whether he is a highly trained, medium trained, or unskilled trained, and accordingly the assignment is given to that person. You cannot have, I agree with you, you cannot have internal employees to do this job. You're highly dependent on the contractors, But then contractual term of period also is what we have been seeing is at least it goes for about 7 to 8 months. At least the person is there with us.
Okay, but it is really very challenging.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Manufacturing is not easy.
Yeah.
If you are into manufacturing, you will face humongous amount of challenges.
I'm in your shoes only. Thank you.
Yeah, even I want to add that point, like where you have a access restriction, there only we can comply these kind of things. Where there is no access restriction, there is some manual intervention to inspect, like your safety stewards, or you can capture through your intelligent camera. So those kind of things we can't do 100% in our case. Also, what we are doing for this mining equipment operations, we are having these simulators, AR, VR simulators, and we also giving some kind of access controls. He can only go into the vehicle once he's gone through all the certifications or refresher training, like that.
Actually, the same we were discussing in one of the morning panel discussions as well, that manpower with IT understanding, this kind of understanding is very difficult to be tuned to those stations. So replacing or displacing them becomes all the more difficult. Thank you.
True. Thank you.
See, you need to look at from a criticality perspective. Critical areas, you need to be focusing on that because you cannot 100% map all the areas. Areas where it is hazardous from a safety perspective and it is critical from a quality perspective. That's the most important area that you need to focus.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if there are no other questions, thank you once again from my side. And it's been my pleasure to share this panel along with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we have a huge round of applause for our moderator and our panelists. Request you all to please stay on the stage. And taking this moment to request Abhishek Achyutan, Business Head, Manufacturing, today to please join me here. Along with him, I would also request Sujata Vishnu Raj, Editor, Manufacturing today, to please come on the stage for felicitations. Requesting the page to please come ahead. Can you take the center? Yes. Big round of applause, everyone. Next, we have S. Srinivas Rao. Once again, can we hear it for him, everyone? Next, we have Ajay Khanna. Once again, big round of applause for him. Going ahead with the felicitation of our moderator, Kavita Rajan, please. A big round of applause for her as well. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. Thank you. Now I would request Sujata Vishnu Raj, Editor, Manufacturing Today, to deliver a closing note.
Okay. So as we draw the curtains on the 8th edition of the Smart Manufacturing and Secure Plants 2025 conference, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for making this day so impactful. So today's session showcased how innovation, insight, and collaboration are shaping the future of manufacturing, from AI and IoT integration to sustainable storage, secure connectivity, and data-driven operations. We have explored ideas that are not just timely, but transformative. So a big thank you to the audience, our partners, NetApp, TP-Link, ADP, and EY for their continued support and belief in our vision. To our audience for your engagement and presence made this event truly meaningful. And a special thank you for braving the Mumbai rains and coming all the way to be here. And finally, a thank you to my team from ITB and Manufacturing Today for their efforts. And I also take this opportunity to mention about the 13th Manufacturing Today Awards and Conference. We will open the nomination for the awards by mid-July. Do follow our website and our social media platforms. We'll keep you updated about the nominations. And thank you to look for, and we look forward to seeing you at our awards in September. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we have come to the end of the evening. Thank you so much for being so amazing. A big round of applause for all of you for joining us here, and have a fantastic evening ahead. Thank you.